Ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure to welcome you to the beautiful city of Athens. I am Maria Krivou, Senior Editor at Fortune Greece Magazine and PowerGame.gr, and I am very excited to meet you all here at the Huawei European Talent Summit, a conference that will be full of inspiring discussions and speeches about creating sustainable future for European talents, and during those discussions we will try to find an answer on how we can do it together in an inclusive environment where everyone's voice matters. We will hear about interesting researches and solutions focusing on bridging the digital skills and educational gap. And in the end, we will listen to students who are brilliant alumni of Huawei ICT talent projects, such as Seeds for the Future and Female Leadership Academy, and their ideas on technological solutions that can power a sustainable and inclusive world for all. To kick off the conference, we will listen to welcome words from the Vice President of Huawei CE and Nordic region, Mr. Radoslaw Ketsiam. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Honourable Ministers, honourable members of European Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to welcome you warmly to Huawei European Talent Summit in Greece. My name is Radoslaw Ketsiam. I'm the Vice President of Huawei in CE and Nordic region, and I'm very honored to be with you here today. I always like to come back to Greece. Greece is a cradle of our Western civilization and innovations in all aspects, and we are very proud that we can be here with you. I'm honored to also welcome staff and students from top European universities and friends from all organizations. Today, I'd like to discuss a digital talent development with you. Upholding the principle of in Europe for Europe, Huawei has been in this region for over 20 years. In addition to creating value for local communities, we have invested a lot in developing local ICT talent. Europe has been facing unprecedented challenges and uncertainties during the recent years of development. If the region hopes to achieve the industrial progress and economic recovery, it must rapidly enhance its productivity. Digital technology is therefore important for Europe as it holds the key to strengthening the productivity and further driving social and economic development. Majority of European and global GDP in few years will be generated from digital services, so it is important for Europe to be digital. For years, we have worked with our European partners in multiple industries to explore how to apply digital technology. The fruits of these cooperations are clear. This year, Huawei and Greek startup company launched a new smart solution for forest fire prevention. In Austria, we helped a partner to launch a 5G smart farm solution. In Hungary, our customers have built Europe's first 5G smart railway hub and 5G logistic terminal. As digitalization advances in Europe, the need for digital talent has surged. But a shortage of digital talent is holding Europe back from addressing key challenges, such as sustainable development. According to the European Commission 2022 Digital Economy and Society Index, more than half of the EU enterprises reported difficulties in filling ICT specialist vacancies in 2020. In addition, although 500,000 ICT specialists entered the labour market between 2020 and 2021, the EU 9 million ICT specialists fall far short of the EU target of 20 million specialists by 2030. These ICT specialists are also not enough to bridge the skill shortages business currently faces. ICT talent development has been one of the Huawei top priorities in Europe. We firmly believe that talent is essential for Europe to pursue its initiatives like digitalization and sustainable development, This is why we need to come together and build an open talent ecosystem for shared success. For many years, we have worked with universities to improve the digital skills of students. For this purpose, we have implemented programs such as Seeds for the Future Scholarship, ICT Academy, and developers competitions. Over the past decade, we have trained more than 30,000 ICT professionals in Europe. Last year, we also announced our plan to invest nearly $40 million into Europe over the next 5 years, benefiting 500,000 Europeans today. Europeans. Today, we will launch our internship program in Europe. 100 college students will obtain learning and hands-on practice opportunities at Huawei each year. In addition, digital technology has become increasingly important in our lives. Therefore, we have an even greater obligation to provide everyone with equal opportunities to improve their digital literacy and skills. It is on us to build a fair and inclusive digital future for all. In Romania, we have launched 1000 Dreams program, helping to build digital classrooms and remote learning platforms for 110,000 students. In France and the Czech Republic, we have also organized a summer school for female leadership in the digital age. This program has helped bridge the gender digital divide in connectivity. It has also encouraged more women to participate and play a leadership role in the technology sector. Today, together with the Greek Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, we will launch a digital upskilling program for unemployed women. At the closing remark, I would like to say that the ancient Greek philosopher Plutarch said, "Education is not the filling of a pail, but the lighting of a fire." So let's join hands to light a fire that will burn for many years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have to add that as a journalist, I attended the Female Leadership Academy in Prague, and I really got impressed by the level both of the students and of the speakers. Great initiative, especially for women entrepreneurs. And we can't wait, of course, for the announcement as far as the program is concerned. So now let's welcome our honorable guest who will open today's discussions on the talents development in the digital era. Please welcome on stage Minister of Education, Mrs. Niki Kerameos.
Dear Mr. Kedgia, Mr. Ren, Mr. Lazaridis, fellow ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Cao Shang Hao, and good morning. It is a great honor and pleasure to be with you here today to participate in Huawei's European Talent Summit to discuss how we can bridge the digital talent gap and equip our youth with the tools they need to build a bright future. Year 2040. This is the year, more or less, when the young kids that are entering now our education system, that is when roughly they will join the labor market. Given the speeding rate of change in our societies, the future in the year 2040 will be substantially different from the present. And it is indeed very difficult to make any predictions whatsoever about the future, as many things that we take for granted today may very quickly be rendered obsolete, and many new life-changing realities completely unimaginable right now may suddenly appear. One prediction, however, that I think most of us would feel safe enough to make is that the future will be increasingly digital, and technology will play an even more important role in how we live and work. And it is exactly for this reason that for the past 3.5 years, we have prioritized the development of a digital ecosystem for our education system so that our youth will be well equipped for the future. To that end, please allow me to very briefly share the Ministry of Education's policy initiatives, which can be broken down in what we have called the 3 C's. What are the 3 C's? Connectivity, content, capacity. To start with connectivity, we have invested heavily in ensuring that all our schools are connected to high-speed internet. As you well know, Greece is a beautiful country. And granted, I'm not being objective here, but it has beautiful islands, beautiful villages and small towns nested across mountain ranges throughout the country. And as beautiful as those may be, reaching schools in remote areas is indeed a challenging and costly task. However, over the past 3.5 years, we have succeeded in providing most of our schools with high-speed VDSL connections and another 10% already with fiber optic connections. In addition, over the course of the pandemic, we have increased the number of portable digital devices. When we took office back in 2019, we had roughly 4,000 digital devices in all schools of Greece. Now we have over 90,000, from 4,000 to 90,000. And we have supplied 660,000 teachers and students with a voucher to acquire new digital devices. At the same time, we're about to install digital interactive systems, smart boards, in every classroom of every public school in Greece from grade 5 and above in order to help in creating a digital smart school, which will provide our students with the needs they will need, with the tools they will need to thrive. So that's all it has to do with connectivity. But that's not enough. We have to invest in content. We have to invest in high quality, free, and public digital content. That's why we have revamped all school curricula. 166 school curricula have been revamped to introduce the horizontal digital dimension across the board. This, in practice, means new digital content for all our subject matters to be used inside the classroom and beyond the classroom, but also digital activities. To give you just one example, students in geography will engage in digital map crafting. So they will be called upon to draw maps through digital tools in the process of acquiring important knowledge and skills with respect to geography. Connectivity, content, the 3rd C has to do with capacities. This is the last 3rd pillar of our education reform, and it has to do with cultivating skills for our younger generation. We are moving our education from a focus on the mere transfer of knowledge to the cultivation of soft and digital skills. We're moving from a system where the focus was on students learning to a system where the focus is on students learning how to learn. So the acquisition of new digital skills runs throughout our education system. And to offer you just one example from vocational education and training, an area which unfortunately has been overlooked in Greece during the past decades, and in which we have invested together with the Ministry of Labor significantly. In vocational education and training, we have shaken things up in order to offer modules which are closely linked with what society actually needs. So what we do is we go and detect the needs of the market, of society, both at a national level and at a regional level. And we take that into account when we decide what specialties to offer, for instance, in VET institutes. 2 examples, programming, web design. 2 of the specialties which are in great need right now across the country, and that's why they're being offered through VET institutes. Ladies and gentlemen, Huawei's presence in Greece and its collaboration with Greek universities through its Seeds for the Future education program is helping hundreds of Greek students develop their digital skills and advance their features. We are grateful also for the generous scholarship that Huawei has awarded and for the multiple ways in which it supports Greek universities. When it comes to the digital transformation of education, we need to have a comprehensive and holistic approach, which creates a robust ecosystem in which connectivity, content, and capacities are all fine-tuned. This is how we are bridging the digital talent gap and how we are equipping our youth with the tools they will need to build a bright future. Thank you very much for your attention. Shie, shie.
Mrs. Kerameos, thank you so much. If we can keep a few words from your speech, those would be the three pillars, the three C's you mentioned: capacity, connectivity, and content, and of course the fact that the future will be increasingly digital. Now, please welcome Minister of Labour and Social Affairs, Greece, Mr. Kostis Hatzidakis.
Dear ministers, dear friends of Huawei, dear students, it is indeed a pleasure to address the 2022 Huawei Talent Summit in Athens. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to warmly welcome so many young students from 25 different countries, as well as decision makers, NGOs, industry associations, and international media in Athens. The fact that the Huawei Summit is taking place in Greece, the place where Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle lived and taught, adds to the significance of this event. I will continue my speech in Greek.
So there's no doubt that we live in an era of intense change. We have the global trends, the so-called megatrends, like the fourth industrial revolution and climate change. They're here to stay and they play a catalytic role. In this context, the question is the following: what do we do ahead of these changes? One thing is to resist, to try and play a blind eye, and the other option is to adapt so that this huge change act to our benefit. So in this context, the digital, technological, and green development leads to generates the need for a brand new model of growth for humans based on lifelong learning, because skills and capabilities required by workers become more and more what is currently considered to be important. In a few years will be considered obsolete. And this has to do mainly with a young generation. The European youngsters have lots of capabilities, lots of possibilities also to build new technologies that will respond to the challenges of the current era. New technologies that will turn our world into a smarter and greener world. However, in order for this to happen, young people need more resources, more, let's say, tools in order to meet the expectations of the labor market. And they also ask, and they are entitled to have a labor market characterized by equality between men and women, a market in which the rights are being respected, and which of course means the world, especially in the field of new technologies, which is normally dominated by men. So these are the kind of needs we try to respond, both the Greek government and the Greek Ministry of Labour and Social Affairs, in collaboration with the Ministry of Education. We try to mitigate the so-called skills gap in our economy. There's a distance between the skills our workforce currently possesses and the skills the labour market now asks for. And we try to do that in an inequitable basis for both men and women. In this context, a few months ago, we reformed how the employment service works. We also made sure that money spent for training will deliver. We also introduced the payment by results model, which means that people will be trained and rewarded according to the results. We also opened the doors of our universities to the unemployed and to the employed people as well. That's not the end of it. We are currently investing more than 1 billion euros in modern training courses in green and digital skills and other skills which are in demand in the labor market. So, all in all, we have more than 700,000 employees and unemployed who will benefit out of upskilling courses and reskilling courses. In order for you to understand and put that into perspective, I'm talking about 1 out of 7 members of our active population. These courses are not exclusively dedicated to training women, and of course, the digital giant, the technological giant Huawei will be standing by us. That's why we're here today. And that's why I'm here today, not only to greet this beautiful event, but also because we are so glad to announce that the National Employment Service will sign a memorandum of cooperation with Huawei. In this framework, we will launch the Women in Tech initiative, financed actually by Huawei. It is an initiative to bridge the skills gap and the knowledge gap on ICTs, emphasizing mainly on women. The beneficiaries will be no less than 500,000 unemployed women who will benefit out of new training solutions and meeting the demands of the labor market in the field of ICTs. This will include soft skills acquisition seminars and specialized seminars on routing and switching. And of course, this will be done with the accreditation of Huawei. That's another great example of innovation, of cooperation between the public and the private sector. Who's to win out of that, to earn something out of that? Our citizens, especially the ones who really need it.
In a world that is constantly changing, the only way to move forward is by adapting to change. It is the only way of making sure that economic, technological, and societal challenges ultimately work to our benefit. The initiatives undertaken by the Greek government to ensure that our workforce better responds to the challenges posed by the fourth industrial revolution and climate change demonstrate our determination to work in this direction. In our list of initiatives, we are now happy to also count our public employment agency and Huawei joining forces to provide training and learning solutions to people in need, such as unemployed and vulnerable women. Training and learning solutions that meet the challenges of today's and tomorrow's economy. Please, let me once more wish the best of luck to your summit proceedings. Thank you.
Mr. Hatzidakis, thank you so much. In a nutshell, you talked about the challenges and the initiatives taken by the ministry as far as the climate change is concerned, green transition, digital transformation, skills gap, teleworking. So we move, and now I will have the pleasure to introduce another distinguished guest, Mr. Adonis Georgiadis, the Minister of Investment and Development. Mr. Georgiadis will address us virtually, welcoming Huawei's Talent Summit in Greece, because unfortunately he couldn't make it because he's on a business trip.
First of all, I would like to apologize that I'm not there in person. Official obligation of the ministry forced me to be today in New York. I'm the main speaker in the Capital Link Forum for the investments in Greece. So I had to be there. But I wanted with this small video message to be very crystal clear that I respect Huawei. I welcome Huawei in our country, and I understand that all this three-day summit is very important for Greece, and great honor that Huawei decided to organize it in Athens. And the topic is very important. Young talents as the future of our generation and our economy, covering the skill gap, the digital skill gap that our era has, and we have to cover it in order to reskill and upskill our labor force, our medium businesses, our people of commerce. During the pandemic crisis, many medium-sized businesses in Greece realized that if they will not be digitalized as fast as possible, they will not survive. In the new economic era that is being born, and this birth was accelerated through the pandemic crisis, digital skill of businesses are very important. And on that aspect, young people and young talents are much more valuable than someone could think from the past. Now, young people with talents are a real asset for a business. And the big upskilling education program Huawei provides, it's a real treasure for our economies and our societies. So I want to be and express how grateful I am for that, and how our government and me personally are open to do more things with Huawei in the country, in new investments that I think will find a way to accelerate and bring them to Greece. So I wish you success. I wish I could be here today, but I wanted to express these words. Thank you very much.
Following up on Minister Georgiadis' keynote speech, we will hear from the Deputy Minister of Development and Investments for Research, Innovation and Technology, Mr. Christos Dimas, who has done a lot, I have to say, about the Greek startup ecosystem. The floor is yours.
Minister Hatzidakis, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, allow me by congratulating, I would also like to welcome the MEP, Mr. Kibouropoulos. First of all, I would like to start by congratulating Huawei for organizing the Athens Talent Summit. I think it's a wonderful initiative, and I'm very honored to address this conference. I want to say a few things about Greece in the past decade, and allow me to say that up until some years ago, brain drain was the main issue in Greece. So all of our many of our talented individuals felt that they were incapable of finding a decent job in Greece, so they left the country, and this created a lot of problems. So one of the main priorities that the current government has when we took office in 2019 was to find innovative ways in order to keep talented entrepreneurs and scientists within the country and start repatriating many of them who left away. So beefing up the innovation ecosystem and giving incentives was one of our first priorities. Allow me to say that up until recently, the Greek state did not know how many startups we had, in which sector they were, how many people they employed, what budgets they had. We didn't have data for the innovation ecosystem. And when you don't have data, it is very difficult to implement impactful policies. Actually, going one step behind, we didn't even have a definition for startups. So when you don't have a definition, it's actually quite difficult to know the companies which you want to benefit through your policies. In the last 2 years, we did create Elevate Greece, which does work as a startup registry. So we now know the number of the startups in more than 20 sectors, more than 6,700 jobs. And of course, we have defined the criteria that companies must have in order to be termed as startups. But we didn't want to do only a startup registry mapping the innovation ecosystem. We wanted to do something more dynamic that would actually help the innovation ecosystem in many practical ways. So in the last 2 years, we have legislated for the first time specific tax incentives for angel investors, for stock options, which makes working for the startups much more attractive for talented individuals. But even we did make good use of the community funds in order to increase the liquidity of the innovation ecosystem of the startups during the pandemic crisis. Before going into the categories, allow me to say that apart from having public policy tools through Elevate Greece, we did wanted to see how we could make part of the initiative the private sector as well, and we're very proud to say that Huawei is one of the official partners of Elevate Greece, providing not only money awards, but also important other tools for the innovation ecosystem, which I will present very briefly in a while, but also all of the Greek banks, which do give specified banking products to our startups, other multinational companies that give money prizes, access to global innovation networks they have, free cloud services, mentoring services, and other useful things that startups do need. So now you can see the sectors in which most of our startups are. As you can see, life sciences is the first category, travel, hospitality, and leisure follows, and then we have environment and energy. Also, you can see the most popular technologies that our startups use. So software is first, then you have web or mobile applications, artificial intelligence in third place, and data analytics in fourth place. The external funding sources of our innovation ecosystem, so venture capital funds are the main funding tool for the startup ecosystem. Community funding or national funding is in the second category, and angel investors is the third category, but we are very confident that the angel investors will increase after the new legislation. These are two photographs from the Startup Awards which we had last week, and we are very happy that Huawei, as one of the official partners, did actually participate in the awards, and you can see the participation with Minister Tsakiris awarding one of the startups that won. I do also want to mention one important initiative, an alliance that has been created through Elevate Greece, and we're very proud for this alliance. Actually, Huawei picked up a Greek startup through Elevate Greece, Probotech, and together with Nova Wind, they have created an innovative early detection system for wildfires, and it was in use during the summer months in Marousi, in the Attikon, also at a pilot stage, and we do hope to see it evolve and further use in other areas of Greece as well. Finally, apart from the startup ecosystem, it is very important to see how we can give important incentives for companies that want to invest in R&D in order to create good job opportunities. So we did increase the tax super deduction rate from 130% to 200%, therefore having the most competitive incentives in this field in the European Union, and we're very proud that we have attracted a lot of foreign direct investment in R&D and technology in the last years, but also it has helped boost investments by Greek companies that invest in R&D. In fact, we did have a record of R&D expenditure in the last year, and this measure has helped a lot. One of the main financing tools of R&D has to do also with the community funds. So Research, Create, Innovate is a very important action which attempts to link academic research with entrepreneurship and innovation. We are creating innovation clusters throughout the country, but also competence centers, because the benefits of research and innovation should not only be available for big multinational companies that have the capability of having their own R&D departments, but it also should be available for small and medium enterprises. Finally, one of our flagship actions is the creation of an innovation district here in Attica. Allow me to quickly say that an innovation district is a physical ground of innovation in which you have startups, spin-offs, companies that invest in R&D, and you try to cultivate the conditions in order to create synergies for the production of innovative products and services. So that was about it. Again, I want to congratulate Huawei for the Talent Summit, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimas. I think that Elevate Greece is a great example on how profitable can be synergies and collaboration between the private and the public sector. And you explained us how Greece has become more attractive to angel investors and enterprises from all over the world. Now, let's listen to the director of the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, David Arena, who will address us today virtually.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, dear young talents, I'm pleased to participate today in Huawei's European Talent Summit. I want to congratulate the organizers of this unique event, which aims to explore the role of young talents in shaping a sustainable future in Europe and globally. Working with and for youth is a priority for UNESCO. Young people are key actors, leaders, and partners in today's fast-changing world. We recognize your creativity, innovation, and capacity to make change happen. Your energy, fresh perspectives, valuable skills, and knowledge are needed in our global efforts to fight the various challenges we face today. One of the many challenges today's world is facing is the digital divide. While about 90% of Europe has access to the internet, only around 27% of people in the poorest countries do. Internet access is increasingly important for the delivery of essential digital services in education and healthcare. It can increase opportunities for women's empowerment, learning new skills and entrepreneurship, and enhance connections within communities. Another aspect of the digital divide is digital skills. Access to technology is not enough if people are unable to use it effectively. It is estimated that in Europe, about 20% of adults lack basic digital skills. Digital skills are critically important today, considering the threat to democracy and societal cohesion posed by disinformation, misinformation, scams, and other threats associated with the online consumption of media and information. Youth talents can contribute to closing the gap, not only by expanding and adopting opportunities offered by new and smart technologies, but also by working with the older generation in shaping the digital future. Engaging young people with their advanced knowledge and skills in programs that use information technology to promote civic participation and social connectiveness can certainly help governments to bridge the digital divide. Climate change is the defining issue of our time. COP27 just ended, and countries globally are trying to mitigate and adapt to climate change, to educate for sustainable development, to assess the risk of natural disasters, and to monitor the effects of climate change. Climate change is an existential risk to all of us. The voices of young activists called for securing a fair response to the climate crisis at COP27 and beyond. Young people engagement and talents are key if we are to avoid the mistakes of previous generations and create new knowledge, educate and communicate for meaningful climate action. The global economy faces major challenges. The pandemic has exacerbated the many employment challenges facing young people. They have been experiencing a much higher percentage loss in employment than adults since 2020. The total number of unemployed youth is estimated to reach 73 million this year, 6 million above the pre-pandemic level of 2019. In Europe in 2021, the unemployment rate for people aged 15-29 was 30%. representing 5 million young people. Digitalization and climate action are expected to transform the labor market, destroying certain jobs, but also creating many new opportunities for young people. Further investment in digital technology will create opportunities for a high number of young talents. It is estimated that achieving universal broadband coverage by 2030 could lead to a net increase in employment of 24 million new jobs worldwide, of which over 6 million will be taken by young people. Similarly, the structural changes needed to act on climate change will offer young women and men new opportunities for green and blue economies. More than 8 million jobs for young people could be created by 2030 through the implementation of green and blue policy measures. But young people are not simply responding to the emergence of new labor market opportunities. Young talents actively contribute to countries' efforts in creating jobs and starting new business through entrepreneurship and startup development. In a world of rapid change and exponential increase in the production of knowledge, learning must extend across the lifespan and throughout the different stages of our life. It is essential that people continue to learn throughout life. Therefore, young talents are not only successful and entrepreneurial graduates, they are also young people prepared to become continuous active learners who recognize the need to build learning journeys beyond the walls of universities and beyond the completion of formal studies. Higher education plays an important role in creating lifelong opportunities for all. Universities need to become lifelong learning institutions which youth and adults can access in order to develop useful and relevant skills for work and life. Providing flexible upskilling and reskilling opportunities for graduates is an effective way to address skill mismatches that exist between traditional degree programs and labor market demands. To achieve these goals, partnerships should be fostered to make sure that no one is left behind and all have equal opportunities to education. The UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning has been promoting partnerships between countries, international and national organizations, universities, cities, and the private sector through flagship networks such as the Global Network of Learning Cities and the Global Alliance for Literacy. Following the Transforming Education Summit last September, UNESCO will lead a new initiative on climate education that will help countries create and strengthen national platforms for education for sustainable development. We are convinced that strong partnerships, including an active participation of young people, can lead to sustainable, equitable, and inclusive lifelong learning ecosystems and practices. A rapidly changing world calls for opportunities to learn throughout life, for individual fulfillment, social cohesion, and sustainability. Young people's voices and engagements gives our societies hope for creative solutions to effectively address the world's challenges. Therefore, we need to take the pulse of what is important to younger generations, listen to their voices, and make sure that together we can make our world take the turn towards a sustainable, inclusive, and just future. Thank you, and I wish you all the best for a successful event and for your future. Excellencies,
we have listened about skills gap and improving the opportunities for education from different perspectives. Now let's hear of the perspective of one of the key educational institutions here in Greece. Please welcome warmly the Rector of National Technical University of Athens, Professor Andreas Boudouvis.
Good morning, everyone. Members of the European Parliament, dear Vice President Kengia, dear CEO for Balkans, Mr. Ren, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, dear students. It is my pleasure to be here, and I thank the Huawei people for inviting me to this summit on developing information and communications technology talents. Creating sustainable future for European talents together is, as I read, the theme of this summit. And the way I understand this is that this meeting serves as a platform to bring together over 100 talented students from more than 20 European countries. It certainly takes joining forces, that is, work together, and relying and investing on capable young people to address the grand challenges of Europe and the world. That's the way to a sustainable future. Sustainability, especially in Europe, is coupled with innovation. Bridging the Death Valley is of utmost importance for our continent and of high priority for Greece, which has a long way to go to catch up. Innovation and ICT, just to mention artificial intelligence and data science, are inseparable. Huawei's record in these directions is remarkable. Most notably, the systematic efforts of the company to approach universities with the purpose of engaging the community to particular meaningful joint educational activities. I can testify to that firsthand based on my interaction as director of the National Technical University of Athens, the leading technical university of the country, with Huawei people in Athens. We have recently signed a memorandum of understanding which includes the exchange of information and services, the joint development of future projects, the provision of resources for academic purposes, as well as opportunities for university students to participate in ICT talent development programs, as well as Huawei's academic scholarship programs. The breadth of Huawei's technological activity is inviting for the participation of undergraduate and postgraduate students from all NTUA schools through scholarships in a variety of educational activities, such as internships, on-site visits to industrial units and R&D centers, and cutting-edge technology-oriented competitions. As a matter of fact, 2022 is a year that further strengthens Huawei's educational program Seeds for the Future and the scholarship program with the aim of developing talents in the field of information and communication technologies, and the direct interconnection, and this is very important, with industry and the labor market. Last year, 2021, 27 scholarships were awarded through Huawei's Seeds for the Future scholarship program to students from 7 Greek universities. I will mention all of them since I am the only one from the university side in this morning panel. The National Technical University of Athens, the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki, the Athens University of Economics and Business, the University of Patras, the University of Piraeus, the University of Crete, the University of Thessaly, and the University of Macedonia. Looking at the young people in the audience, I cannot think but of the concentrated talent in this small room, and nothing more suitable than a couple of quotes from Einstein. These go directly and especially to the students who are in this room. Einstein said, "I know quite certainly that I myself have no special talent. Curiosity, obsession, and dogged endurance, combined with self-criticism, have brought me to my ideas." He also said, "Genius is 1% talent and 99% hard work." With this, I wish our students the best of luck, along with hard and creative work. And I cannot but enthusiastically subscribe to Huawei's new motto, as I read it: "Dreams inspire creativity." Well, have a fruitful summit, and best wishes for the upcoming holidays. And it's my pleasure to welcome Deputy Minister of Education, Professor Sirigos.
So, as Mr. Boutouvis mentioned, Mr. Angelos Sirigos, Deputy Minister of Education, just arrived. He's here with us. He's responsible for issues of university education. As such, his views are of great importance when it comes to talent young people. Mr. Sirigos, thank you for being here with us.
Good morning to everybody. Part of my speech will be in Greek, so apologies for this. Θα ήθελα να καλωσορίσω.
I would like to welcome and I would like to salute and greet this event. You are very lucky being students because you have this possibility.
Not speak Greek, so I will continue in English. Apologies. I thought that most of the students here were Greeks. That's why I said I spoke in Greek. Well, thanks. What I was saying in Greek is that you are extremely lucky that you have this opportunity to participate in these events for ICT, the ICT students. This is something that came to the surface during the last 20 years, this kind of meetings, of opportunities given to students of ICT. And you have to grab this, because this is an introduction to the real world. You are not studying only for the knowledge. You are studying for your future. And your future is here in what is happening in the field. And Huawei does an extremely good job, and we are thankful for what you're doing since 2016, if I'm not wrong. And I hope this will continue. I hope the best for the students and for the continuation of these meetings. Thanks a lot.
If we can keep a key message, that would be you are standing not only for the knowledge, but for your future. So technical skills are in the center of our conversation today, and there is no doubt that they are the future of education and the key to creating a digitalized world of tomorrow. But at the same time, we cannot forget about the value of non-technical skills that are very important in the workplace. And this is what our next speaker will tell us about. Please welcome on stage Mrs. Jamie Ramachoti, Head of Content at Times Higher Education Events.
Good morning, everyone. I'm delighted to be here today on behalf of Times Higher Education. It's really an honor to represent Times Higher Ed among the speakers today. THE has been a trusted resource in education for over 50 years. Some of you are probably familiar with the World University Rankings produced by THE, which provide performance metrics on hundreds of universities around the globe. In the last 2 years, we launched a new branch of Times Higher Education called THE Student, which is dedicated to providing tools and resources and advice to help millions of students take the next step in their education journey. We're focused on giving students around the globe access to the information they need to decide where to study, advice that will help them make the dozens of other small but very significant decisions along the way. This, of course, includes information about skills development and employability. I've personally been working in higher education for over a decade, and my experience includes work with international universities, advising students on university choices, and working closely with employers to understand what makes graduates desirable in the workplace. So today I'd like to speak for just a few minutes about employability and about what we know about the non-technical skills that employers are looking for based on the work that we do with employers. We know that most young people start thinking about their career trajectory before they even choose a course of study. Going to university has become as much about attending class and earning the degree as it is about building a network, getting work experience, developing skills, and expanding your CV. Job markets are competitive, particularly in STEM-related industries, and we've done a lot of work with university careers advisors and corporate recruiters to help students understand what skills and qualifications will set them apart as a candidate. Last year, THE student teamed up with an organization called Common Purpose, a leading deliverer of online leadership programs for students, to create a student-focused employability course providing insights into the key skills that employers expect students to develop whilst they study. The course was designed to help students land their dream job when they graduate, and the content was created in close partnership with top graduate employers such as McKinsey, Amazon, Meta, and PwC, who reaffirmed for us that the strongest candidates are those who demonstrate competencies in some of those non-technical, softer skills. Time and time again, we heard from employers that the technical know-how to do the job can be taught, but that it's difficult to teach an employee things like strong communication skills or leadership skills. They're looking for candidates who have high emotional intelligence, and all the better if that is coupled with the technical skills that the job requires. This is where programs like Seeds for the Future are so very important, not only for helping students develop the right practical skills for the workplace, but also for developing the non-technical transferable skills that employers are looking for. In my last few minutes with you today, I want to just explore a few of these skills and take a look at why they're so important to employers. Communication skills consistently rank very highly among the skills that employers are looking for. Your ability to understand an audience and convey a message effectively are incredibly important, and this includes both written and oral communication. This is especially relevant when it comes to highly technical jobs. Being able to share and explain your ideas is a very valuable skill that will set you apart from other candidates. For the students in the room, bear in mind that your communication skills are on display from the very moment that you apply for a job. The way that you communicate in your CV and in your cover letter are an organization's first indication of your ability to communicate about yourself. The second non-technical skill that is so valuable to employers is teamwork. This is, in my opinion, one of the most difficult skills to learn, as it requires a level of competency in a lot of other areas as well. You need to be able to understand other people, communicate effectively, and know how to delegate or be delegated to. Luckily, we are given many opportunities to practice this skill. Working in teams is a part of everyday life, and in many jobs and workplaces, you will spend the majority of your time discussing, problem solving, and creating within a team. As workplaces and industries become ever more global, the ability to work in teams made up of people from different backgrounds and cultures has become even more important. Which leads me to the next skill, which is cultural awareness and cultural competence. A study from the University of Nebraska in the United States said that cultural competence is the ability to effectively interact, work, and develop meaningful relationships with people of various cultural backgrounds. Gaining cultural competence is a lifelong process and requires a great deal of self-awareness and the ability to recognize and respect diversity. It's a skill that requires ongoing work all the time, but the foundations can be built in every experience you have. Demonstrating cultural competence in the workplace means being able to work with colleagues who may come from a completely different background than your own. It means being open-minded to learning new ways of doing things or viewing problems, and accepting that your own experience of the world is not an exclusive experience of the world. And finally, we come to leadership skills, which we know can take many different forms. We often associate leadership with power and authority, but many effective leaders don't embody those characteristics in the same ways. There is a great deal of power and authority in quieter forms of leadership, in listening, pausing, making space for others to share ideas, and in receiving and responding to feedback. I once had a student tell me that she didn't think she would get hired because she wasn't the president of any clubs or organizations, and she really didn't believe that she had any demonstrable leadership skills to speak of. After speaking with her for a while about her experiences, we identified many areas of her life where she had taken on leadership roles. In her part-time job, she helped train new employees. At home, she was a carer for younger siblings, and in class projects, she often managed the project plan and helped keep her peers on task. Although these were perhaps not formal leadership skills, this student had practiced being a leader nearly every day, and I suspect most of you in the room are doing the same. The thing to remember about developing non-technical skills is that they take time, practice, and experience, just like technical skills. Availing yourself of opportunities like Seeds for the Future helps one develop a range of technical and non-technical skills that will ultimately position you as a competitive candidate in the job market. Many thanks again to Huawei for inviting Times Higher Education to be a part of today's celebration. I'm looking forward to hearing from you this afternoon about your projects and your successes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jamie. Talking every day with enterprises and many HR managers, I can confirm that if they have two candidates who have exactly the same CVs, they will choose the one who has the appropriate soft skills because they play a very important role. So we have now opened our conference, and further on, we will dive deep into our first key topic of the day: bridging the digital talent gap, where we will try to find out how we can equip young talents with the tools to build a successful career. Our first speaker here unfortunately couldn't join us physically, but he's connecting with us virtually to begin the session. Please welcome Mr. Dragos Pislaru, member of the European Parliament, chair of European Parliament Committee on Employment and Social Affairs.
Hello everyone. It is a great honor for me to address you today, even just virtual, for this year's edition of the European Talent Summit. I want to begin by congratulating the amazing team that has organized this event, as by their efforts you are now gathered in Athens. High-level representatives, academia representatives, and talented students all together for a timely discussion on the European Year of Skills and the creation of a sustainable future for European talents. The theme of this year's conference emphasizes our need to build coherent policies for a better future and to invest in you, the young and powerful minds that are already shaping the European Union. If we want to create a more sustainable future, we have to realize that it's not a one-man job, but the result of continuous, committed, and interdisciplinary work. And we should not forget that the European Union is fully engaged and we have an abundance of instruments that are all ready to be used by member states in order to deliver this sustainable future that we desire. From the Recovery and Resilience Facility that I've negotiated as a rapporteur to the European Green Deal, and not only we at the EU level are addressing the need for sustainability in every way we can. And besides that, we must not forget that right now we are in the end of the European Year of Youth. The European Year of Youth marked the renaissance of policies made for and by young people, and we should not leave aside all the efforts that have been made so far. As chair of the Employment and Social Affairs Committee of the European Parliament, I can firmly say that by no means the beginning of the European Years of Skills equals with abandoning all the great initiatives that we have started in 2022. In 2023, skills will be our focus, And I mean reskilling, upskilling, and building an infrastructure for creating skills for every EU citizen. This will reinforce the great achievements of the 2002 year in terms of youth policies and will help develop new areas on which the national governments and NGOs will need to work on. And young talents should be at the core of these policies delivered next year, because you have the much needed knowledge. Right now, you have the opportunity to exchange ideas to further enhance the skills and competences of present and future generations. So the importance of your role is undeniable. Also, I know it's not something new, but every year comes with new challenges. So as we are still facing the energy and migration crisis, we should bear in mind that everything that we are right now trying to build together as a union should be able to pass all the tests that arise. But with young, talented and inspiring people as you, I'm looking at the future with much more hope. I want to conclude by thanking the European Talent Summit team for this amazing event and for this invitation, and I wish you fruitful discussions. Thank you.
In the next keynote, we will hear on the importance of inclusivity in the workplace. Please welcome to stage Mr. Stelios Kibouropoulos, member of the European Parliament, co-chair of the Disability Intergroup of European Parliament.
I hope to hear, okay, it's fine. Dear all and dear students, thank you very much, especially Huawei, Helasa and Kubo that invited me here to be on this high-level event. And I'm excited to see so many people focusing on the technological evolution and to try to build a European sustainable future. And this building starts from countries like Greece, which used to be a place without this kind of development. But now it is. The rapid shift towards a climate-neutral Europe and digital transformation is changing the way to work, learn, take part in society, and lead our everyday lives. Europe can only grasp these opportunities if people develop the right skills. The COVID-19 pandemic has also had a profound impact on millions of people in the EU who have lost their job or experienced significant income loss. Many will need to acquire new skills and move to new jobs in a different sector of economy. More will need to upskill to keep their job in a new work environment. For young people, entry in the labor market could be very challenging. Europe is estimated to have between 60,000 to a few 100,000 job vacancies in the ICT or electronic sectors, and many remain fulfilled. At the same time, some media sources are reporting that countries like India, which are known to international talent recruiters as talent pools, are starting to eye regions like Europe to fill in the considerable gaps in their technology and startup ecosystems. It is clear that the war for talent is far from over and that it's perhaps more global than ever. Therefore, we need to start from our educational system. Therefore, we need to see our full capacity focusing on STEM education, also on young girls and women. And this is why upskilling and skills in general are indeed of the main challenges of our times for our economy. And we have to follow this upskill scheme for all, including disabled people. According to the World Economic Forum, wide-scale investment in upskilling has the potential to boost GDP by 6.5 trillion by 2030, as well as could lead to the net creation of 5.3 million new jobs by 2030. However, it is a challenge which member states cannot tackle alone. A truly multi-stakeholder approach involving public and private sector, academia, and the social partners is needed. As policymakers, we strive to create an environment that incentivizes companies to provide training to their staff. The most recent work of the European institutions on micro-credentials combined with the pact of skills are definitely a good step towards creating a culture of lifelong learning. In this regard, the ICT and private sector at large have a crucial role to play in tackling it. And I'm glad that large companies like yours take such an effort seriously and invest in one of the biggest assets, the human capital. But all institutional efforts also need to be backed up with adequate national and European funding, enabling also our SMEs to be part of that effort in order to retain their competitive edge. Upskilling is also a challenge for our society, having in mind the potential impact of AI and other disruptive technologies on the future work. AI is needed, creating incredible opportunities and challenges for our labor markets. It promises the transition to an economy where human labor is increasingly complemented and augmented rather than replaced by new technology. Thus, the overall quality of jobs is improved. But at the same time, it is fundamental to address concerns related to the increase of inequalities among workers and companies, job polarization, and the risk of further decline of middle-scale jobs. And as digital automation is expected to have different effects on different sectors of the economy, we need to have accurate data, track and anticipate the fast labor market of changes and future skills needs, and adjust our relevant education and labor policies, and think out of the box to create the right solutions so that no one is left behind. This is a crucial element as we, lawmakers, are confronted with a multitude of diverging analyses and methodologies on the number of impacted jobs, overall net jobs losses, but also the time scale of these changes. That is the way forward in order to make AI and other emerging technologies work for people and be a force for good in society. Finally, I would like to close my speech with a popular quote which is more than suitable for our event. The only thing worse than training your employees and having them leave is not training them and having them stay. While this statement holds much truth, organizations can and should go beyond investment in training. Attractive employers create value for their employees from within their entire internal and external ecosystems to ensure their talent can work in the best conditions and are supported in their growth. Thank you very much for your attention.
I met Mr. Kibouropoulos a few months ago in Strasbourg, and I really got impressed about his passion for life and how active he is as far as inclusion and diversity are concerned. Now, Professor Anna Snyder from Fresenius University of Applied Sciences in Cologne will present key results of a survey conducted in 7 countries about intergenerational collaboration and digitalization. And as Talent Summit is taking place in Greece this year, we will have the chance to view on the results of the research in Greece among the other countries. I will ask all the presenters and the speakers to keep it short and be precise in order, to follow the program. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A warm welcome from my side. It's such a pleasure to speak in front of such a distinguished audience. Today I would like to present the key results of a 7-country survey with in total more than 21,000 respondents. I had the pleasure to work on it together with Dr. René Arnold, who's Vice President Public Affairs Strategy at Huawei. A very timely topic indeed that fits the theme of this event perfectly. Does it work? Wrong button? This one? Yeah. We all have heard of the demographic change and how it poses a great challenge for most developed economies. It is particularly pronounced in Europe and in China, whereas the US can still benefit from a slow-growing society with a substantial share of the population being in the young age groups. Digitalization can cushion some of the adverse effects of demographic change, since it can increase automation and eventually productivity. However, the last part of this equation has come under some scrutiny in recent years, and it seems clear that we will need further upskilling to reap the benefits that are promised. The last point to take away from this introductory slide is the obvious need to enable women, who plain and simple represent half of the population, to contribute in more ways to the labor force than they do currently. All of these points are in fact addressed by Huawei, as we learned today. However, I would like to focus in my presentation on how intergenerational collaboration and digitalization can interact to maximize benefits for both. And digital skills are indeed a key area in which Europe has to improve compared to major other economic powers. The US is ahead in this front, according to the data that we have collected. Here, digital skills feature among the very top skills for the age group mid to end 20s, whereas digital skills remain far from the top in Europe and China. On the other hand, the US sees a strong decrease in digital skills with increasing age. We see the same tendency in Europe and China, albeit not quite as pronounced. While the issue of upgrading the digital skills of young people can be addressed best by improving the framework conditions, the education system, and yes, the actions of large tech companies like Huawei also play a role here, closing the digital skills gap between younger and older generations could be done by intergenerational collaboration. The survey data indicates that intergenerational knowledge exchange in the workplace can indeed help to close the digital skills gap. This is an angle that, in my opinion, has so far received little, if any, attention in the research and policy frameworks aiming to understand and close the digital skills gap. However, we find consistently more than half of the working respondents aged 55 plus have learned digital skills from colleagues considerably younger than themselves. Intergenerational knowledge exchange, that means learning from colleagues at least 10 years younger, is particularly pronounced in Europe and the US. And this is interesting because Europe potentially can leverage much more strongly than China and the US. With the advantages of intergenerational knowledge exchange, in particular for digital skills in mind, age diversity in the workplace plays an important role to make that actually happen. And this is where Europe shines. It can leverage the larger age diversity it has compared to the US. And the advantage that Europe has becomes further more obvious when benchmarking the age diversity in the workplace against the age diversity in friendships. Whereas in China and the US, the age diversity in friendship and workplaces is relatively close together, in Europe we find that workers of all ages are much more likely to be working alongside an age-diverse group of co-workers. The first key takeaway from the study towards European policymakers is therefore to take this advantage seriously and build upon it to close the digital gap by fostering intergenerational exchange and age-diverse workplaces. As you can see here, more digital companies can benefit from more knowledge exchange. Both the receiving of knowledge and the giving of knowledge increase from the baseline, which is low digitalization companies. The most substantial boost happens from average digitalization to high digitalization environments. We think this is due to the way in which digital and technologies, and in particular modern communication tools, foster exchange among all colleagues, overriding typical thresholds of leaving one's own age group. And this is yet another call towards both policymakers and companies to take digitalization seriously and promote the use of digital technologies. With the survey, we also wanted to take a look into the future, and that means to understand how different age groups interact with the various interfaces that digital technologies offer. Traditional interfaces in this case refers to hard buttons, advanced to touch screens, and virtual interfaces refer to voice and gesture controls. Generally, the confidence score for traditional buttons are the highest, so far so unsurprising. But what is surprising, however, is that with increasing age, there is less difference, and in some cases, even an increase in confidence when using advanced and virtual interfaces. This can be explained by the technology itself that can be much more approachable and easier to access and to use without prior training. In particular, voice interfaces that become better and better in understanding language, intent, and context can be a game changer for people who are less digitally savvy. An implication of that is that we need to reconsider how we define and measure digital skills, as the digital skills of the future may not longer adhere to the specific concepts that are used today. And with a view to the digital decade goals of the European Commission, this is a major change in perspective and as usage patterns evolve. And we need to follow up on these changes, also in how we teach and how we learn digital skills to adapt to the coming digital environment. The future will most likely feature more robots than ever, so I pulled out some insights. And these results are really interesting. First and foremost, the three major economic regions of the world could hardly differ more when it comes up to the attitudes on robots. And second, the differences across the age groups are very surprising. The charts here show the results for positive and negative attitudes towards robots for both the personal implications and the broad societal ones. And the difference between positive and negative attitudes in each category gives us an indication of how positive or negative overall a particular age group thinks. Whereas the position of the lines indicates how strong those attitudes are. In China, we find the strongest positive attitudes towards robots. The positive outweighs the negative by far. In any case, much more positive than in Europe and the US, where we see broadly even distributed and therefore slightly torn attitudes on whether robots are friends or foes. What is really surprising is that older age groups and younger ones hardly differ in their attitudes toward robots in Europe and US. In China, however, older generation are even more positive inclined towards robots than the younger ones. So, all in all, age and digitalization interact in surprising ways. As our results underline, this can lead to true win-win situations if age diversity is leveraged, digital technologies are implemented, and if we find ways to integrate digital skills into the curricula of the future, preparing the coming generations for the new interfaces and technologies to come, so that they, like their peers today, can exchange the knowledge they will have with older cohorts for the benefit of everyone. Thank you so much for your attention.
According to our schedule, I will invite once again on stage Mr. Rados Louketstia, the Vice President of Huawei CEE and Nordic region, who will give us an overview of the career landscape and opportunities in Huawei, as well as announce an internship program for students in Europe. At the beginning, he made a spoiler, but I don't know, is he here? Otherwise, we'll go to our panel. Just give us a few minutes, you know, it's a live show, so these things happen. So we can continue with our panel, and following the excitement announcement that will be made in a few minutes, we are still staying in the theme of upskilling, and we will start our first discussion of the day, where together with our brilliant speakers, we will discuss how can equip students with the right tools in order to kick off their career and empower them to achieve the success they dream of. Please welcome on stage our panelists. I will start with the lady of our company, Mrs. Stella Tsitsoula, Managing Director of Red Communications and Vice President and Comms Lead Women for Cyber Greece. There has been made a change. We start with the panel because we couldn't find you. You will stay here with us anyway. Mr. Rados Louketstia, the Vice President of Huawei CE and Nordics. Mr. Christos Ioannou, he's the Director for Employment and Labor Market of Hellenic Federation of Enterprises. And Mr. Panagiotis Katsaros, Associate Professor of Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. So we will have 30 minutes in our disposal. That's why I have my timer here. A question that addresses to everyone. What kind of skill gaps do the fresh graduates experience when entering the labor market, and what kind of skills are lacking? Starting from the lady.
First of all, thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here today. The buzzword today was digital, combined with skills, of course. But there are not only hard skills, soft skills are very important too. So I think the most critical thing fresh graduates must have are teamwork, critical thinking, and the most important problem is the communication skills. They can't communicate because they can't work in a team.
Mr. Katsaret, do you agree?
Thank you very much for having invited me to take part in this interesting panel. From my perspective, working in the academy, I can categorize the needed skills for fresh graduates in two categories: hard skills, whatever can be measured, and soft skills, whatever is hard to be measured. In the first category, we include the digital skills. So I'm professor in Department of Information Technology. Among the digital skills required for the fresh graduates, efficiency in programming, software design, they have to be adaptive to technology evolution. So, according to my perspective, it is very important to teach them how to adapt to technology evolution. And regarding the soft skills, I regard as very important the critical thinking, the problem-solving attitude, creativity, and effectiveness in communication, empathy, and the attitude to never stop advancing and improving themselves.
I know that everyone is waiting for the coffee break, but please, I would like to ask politely to be a bit patient and quiet, because it's not right for our distinguished guests. Just be patient for about 30 minutes and then we will have our break. So I will address the same question to Mr. Ioannou as well.
Thank you. First, I have to thank you for the invitation and for having this summit here in this beautiful venue, in this beautiful country. Now, about the skills gap. There are labor shortages. And has to do with digital transformation and the race between technology and education. Young people, and not only the young people, and the educational system is lagging behind the race, in this race. Therefore, there are gaps in their ability to adjust in this new world of work, because they are lacking guidance about their career, basic information for the career development in a world of work that is changing, and lack of work experience. We have to bridge the gap in the world of work and the education system. And if we do this, then we'll perform better as far as soft skills are concerned. Thank you.
We heard the opinion of the institutions, of the universities, and I will go to the enterprise. We heard about the digital gap. What's your opinion?
Well, obviously, I look at it a little bit different, because I look at it from the business perspective. So, over the years, we always looked at the candidates, and we always believe in having candidates from schools, directly from schools, because we believe that, people who are coming from school are more motivated to go to the new reaches and have their success. So as for the digital skills, I think young people have a lot of digital skills, but they are not directed at business. They can operate all kind of devices, digital devices, and they can manage those devices. But how to transform it into the business environment, how to contribute to the business growth, how to contribute to the customer success, this is something that the students needs to have a help with. And also for the teamwork, I think they do a lot of teamwork in their universities when they are learning, but how to transform it into the business result, into result that has an output for the customer, different kind of teamwork, is also a challenge. And of course, as one of my predecessors said, soft skills are very important. And cultural of multinational, multicultural environment adaptation is critical. A lot of companies that are growing fast are global, and in the digital era, the companies provide services globally. And there is so many cultures and nationalities and habits that we need to embrace and accommodate, that the students need to have some help with that as well.
It seems that technology today is not an ally. But, okay, we can handle it. In a way, you mentioned that the enterprises have to give some tools to students in order their career to kick off. Could you mention some of them?
Well, I think Seeds for the Future and Seeds for the Future scholarship is a great tool because it actually gives students opportunity to widen their horizons and have experience with different cultures. And this can position them much better in the market. And as much as the organizations such as ourselves wants the new students to join their organization, there is also competition between students to get the best jobs. And I would rather focus more in my employment program on the attitude and soft skills of the students rather than particular technical skills, because technology is changing so fast. So everyone needs to update. They need to have, of course, the basics and the fundamentals sorted out. But the right attitude, the right soft skills, emotional intelligence, I think it is very well described by our core values that I will be talking about in my presentation: customer centricity, dedication, self-reflection. Those are the aspects that we are looking for.
Sometimes we hear that the universities have adopted a more obsolete model. So what kind of tools could they give to the students in order to scale up, to level up? Because we are talking about reskilling, upskilling all the time.
Okay, I can mention a few tools that we used to use before the pandemic in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. For example, I know very well that we had specially trained staff to organize seminars for developing soft skills. We also are very active in organizing and managing student mobility programs. Also industrial traineeships programs in Greece as well as in Europe. And we also have specially trained staff to organize seminars on how to prepare the CVs and how to respond to professional interviews. And we regularly used to organize industry days, having companies from Greece who come present their activities, and then they organize interviews within the university for the final year students or the graduate students. And we also have live learning programs for developing digital skills. We have a Center of Live Learning Education in Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. And through these centers, we also provide access to various certification schemes. So I believe that if we can restore the ability to organize all these activities after the end of the pandemic, this would be very nice for the students.
And Mrs. Tsitsula, you have a PR agency. You collaborate every day with many different companies from many different sectors of the Greek economy. How important are digital skills in the workplace?
As I said before, digital skills are the buzzword and it's very important today. But what is very important are the digital content. We have to invest in digital content and it must be available for everyone. I mean for graduates, for students, for everyone. Because this is something that works better nowadays to increase skills, soft skills and hard skills, because more and more people are learning online or attending courses on universities via online, I mean they are online students. So I heard before there is a great initiative from Huawei, the Women in Tech initiative, which is very important for a special kind of skills to be included in groups like unemployed women, for example, and lead them to the new career path with such kind of programs. For example, we in Women for Cyber, we have a mentorship program, which is very important for women who want to be more skilled in cybersecurity. This initiative, for example, is from the European foundation. And the main objective is to promote and encourage women to work in the cybersecurity field. So I think if we can produce, for example, or design very high technology courses, such as, for example, AI courses or robotic courses or even cybersecurity courses or machine learning courses, it's very important for students and graduates.
Mr. Ioannou, we are talking constantly about digital transformation. You're an institution that represents the Greek companies. As we said before, how important are digital skills for the workplace? Is there a lack in digital talents, if we could say so?
They are very important because we live in revolutionary times. I mean, globally, this industrial revolution is changing the world, the society. And who is doing this? Knowledge employees, firms, and technology. The new firm, the changing firm, is one which is different from the past. And it's a learning organization based on its digitization. Therefore, what we have to do in our sectors, in our industries to catch up with technologies is to invest in this. To do this, we have MOUs, agreements of cooperation with universities, because not only the universities and the education system should change, also the companies are changing, and they have to do it together with transfer of knowledge. It is critical in this process that even the education, the learning process is changing. The firms are becoming, in the past, the standard was we learn and then we start working. Now, learning is part of the work and is part of the business key functions. And learning is also changing. If we analyze us, some are learners, even in the business company employees, some are readers, others are listeners, others are practitioners. So we have to change also the learning technologies in the education system, but even in the context of the firms that are changing, and they have to change also their learning processes.
You have a regional position, you see many markets every day. Are you satisfied by the digital talent available? And if you could mention something about the Greek market.
Look, as I said, maybe I will address the digital skills as well a little bit. We've identified that there is You see, we are one of the most innovative companies in Europe and around the world. I think we are number 2 in Europe in terms of investment in innovation. We have, even in Europe, we have 23 R&D centers. So we do a lot of research and scientific research ourselves. And this is also a paradigm shift of the times we live in. Because in the past, this kind of research and innovation was done in the academic institutions. Now it is business-driven. So what we do, we feel also responsibility to share our knowledge and know-how with the universities. That's why we have our ICT academies with the universities in all the countries in my region and around the world. So this is part one of the digital skills gap addressing. Secondly, we also realize that we are living in such a dynamic world that we need to uplift the skills all the time. And many of our employees are not excited about the fact that they have, I mean, on one hand, our employees asking about their trainings. They say, we want to have access to more trainings. We want to develop ourselves. On the other hand, we have a great platform that is called iLearning that allows people to study in their own time, but we leverage it to the way that they can also pass their certifications and exams in this platform. And we believe this is also a future for the education, because you cannot treat every single individual in the school on the same level. You cannot equalize everyone. Some people are more talented in areas that are less attractive to others. So maybe differentiation in the learning speed for different paths is a key to resolve this conundrum and to have better education output, because people learn at a different speed, but we are putting everyone through the same program. So if we use digital tools to allow people to learn at their own pace, to pass certain certifications, levels, and exams, maybe this will address the issue.
For you need learning analytics, and the digitization offers it opportunity. Everybody has different training needs and methods.
Most of the times, Mr. Katsare, the companies complain that universities do not do their job properly. Is it possible to bridge the gap and prepare the graduates for the challenges awaiting them in the first workplace? Because you are the first pillar of education, and the most important, I would say.
So I do not totally agree with this view.
I wouldn't expect you to agree, though.
Perhaps I see the things from a different perspective. So it is true that in the universities we mostly focus, especially during the first years of the undergraduate programs, on foundational knowledge, on science and engineering, because we want to have stable underpinnings for the students to be able to adapt to the technology developments. This doesn't mean that we don't give them the chance to familiarize with the technology developments. In schools like the School of Informatics, where I work, we regularly revise the program study every 2 or 3 years in order to adapt it to the technology developments. And we also regularly revise the course contents and adapt them to the technology developments. Also, we try to have connections with the industry, to have joint research, technology and development programs, give the students and the researchers the chance to work on real problems motivated from the industry. And as I mentioned before, we also try to engage students in life learning, education and training programs. So perhaps we can discuss to what degree we can do all these things. This depends on how we split our available time, because we also have the academic activities, the research activities and so on. But we try to organize all these activities for sure.
Mr. Ioannou, how would you like to see the cooperation of universities and industries in order to fill the gap?
We need more cooperation. We made steps, big steps for improvement in the recent years. Universities are more open to cooperation with businesses and sectors. And we need to improve the performance in the standards. I mean, having traineeships and work-based learning of students. And also research, more research, R&D, which is a necessity for the companies, the new firms, produced and delivered and developed by the universities. The Greek ones, but the networking now goes beyond national frontiers. The exchange between these communities and then the spin-offs, the creation of firms, of business ideas in the area of universities will also deliver in higher growth rates for the Greek economy, and also creating more new quality jobs that bring in Greece the brain drain of the past decades of the crisis. So if we improve the cooperation and the exchange, there will this be productive for the Greek society. And this is also a question of Europe. If you compare Europe to China and to US concerning the innovation performance and the R&D performance, even the patents, there is a gap there for Europe, and not only Greeks, Europeans will have to improve this in this area.
Yes, if you want to add something.
I have to add here that, for example, science parks and technology parks around universities are a very good example to see how research can be transformed into companies, for example. So, for sure, if universities will cooperate with the industry, it makes sense for and benefit for both parties, of course.
I also know that you deal with cybersecurity. And because here in our audience we have many girls, as I can see, I would like your opinion how the technology industry, and especially the cybersecurity, could be more attractive to women. Because we're talking about inclusion, diversity, but I think that in your sector, in the technology sector, not many things have changed.
Yeah, cybersecurity is a very interesting career path, let's say, because we know a lot of young people are interested in. There are a lot of initiatives in cybersecurity around Europe. For example, one is the European Cybersecurity Challenge organized by ENISA, the European Cybersecurity Agency, where top cybersecurity talents around Europe are meeting each year in a different country in Europe and compete in cybersecurity challenges. And there are very young people, between 15 and 25 years old. So it's a very good topic to network and to collaborate and finally compete against each other and to learn from it, because they are the cyber talents of tomorrow.
We have only 5 minutes in our disposal, and I would like each and every one of you to address a message to the audience that we have today. What would you like to keep in mind, starting from Mr. Ioannou?
You are the knowledge workers of the future firms of societies. It is already a war of talent underway. You will be part of it. And I hope that, the future will surprise us, is surprising us. And I hope that Greece will surprise us and you find here a country with developing technology sector where you can find jobs, creative, and also welfare in a very nice environment. This is the challenge for Greece in the current decade. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a message to the students. First of all, you need to ask yourself where you want to be. And it's always a dilemma between choosing the easy path or choosing the challenging path. Easy path is safe and, you know, you probably get bored with it after a couple of years. The challenging path is bumpy and risky, but it's more rewarding. And it will shape you into being a better person in the future. That's my personal opinion. Secondly, for the women in tech, it's the initiative we have. First, we need to deal with the cognitive bias, because most of the women go to the medicine direction or hospitality direction, because that's how the society view you actually. That women are in some specific sectors. ICT is a lot of fun and a lot of opportunities. Please don't be afraid of it. That's it from my side.
I have to add here that in many ways real life, because we have a lot of students here, begins after graduation, let's say. But what I have to add is don't stop learning, don't stop asking, and don't stop to search for mentors. There are a lot outside there and here inside too. So find them and be taught by them.
From my personal point of view and experience, I believe that for a young man or woman who chooses a career in the information and communication technology, this is a never-ending journey in the sea of knowledge, in the sea of opportunities, in the sea of experiences, new experiences to know the world. It is not an easy journey from the point of view that the man or the young woman always have to adapt to new developments. So I advise young people to take the chance, the opportunities that now exist for lifelong learning and training in order to be able to better explore these opportunities.
We had a 10-year recession, we had a pandemic, we had inflation, we have energy crisis, but at least in terms of technology, the future doesn't seem to be bleak. Thank you very much. You stay here with me because you have an announcement to make. Thank you so much.
Thank you for quick adapting to the forever changing environment. I think we need to wait for the presentation that I want to share with you. And as soon as the support team in the back is ready to put this, oh yeah, we are here. So, I would like to shed some light on our career plan and internship program. And I have to speak with my face shifting into that direction. And I'll try to use... And I think it will be better if I use another microphone and not stick to the podium. And I would like to attract you to consider being part of our company. But firstly, I would like to tell you that you don't know who we are. because people have some certain point of view about Huawei and they not necessarily know who we are. So we are a global provider of ICT infrastructure and smart devices. People usually think Huawei is a phone maker. Yes, but not entirely. We have around 200,000 employees across the globe in over 170 countries. 53.4% of our employees are R&D employees. We invest a lot into research and development. We are number 3 in R&D investment, and we are number 96 in Fortune Global 500 companies. So what do we do? What do we really do? We are focusing on 3 main domains, which is consumers, carriers, and government and industry customers. Our vision is to provide digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. So we are addressing it by working with consumers, carrier, and enterprises. And we provide devices, as you probably know the most, starting from watches, phones, laptops, tablets, and so on. We provide intelligent vehicle components. Those are the onboard computers that are equipped with the cars. We cooperate with the car manufacturers to give them smart car functions. We provide connectivity by working with mobile operators and fixed operators, carriers basically. We provide computing capabilities. We provide cloud services, and as our new child, digital power. Digital power is part of our effort to make sure that we are minimizing the carbon footprint as an organization, and we can contribute to the circular and green economy. I hope that is clear. So I mentioned about our core values during the panel, and I think we are where we are and who we are by now by focusing on the core values. The organizations talk about revenues and talk about, how much investment and so on, but who we really are define of what the values we are sharing. And the first and foremost, our value is to be customer-centric. We can only be as successful as our customer. And obviously, I'm talking about carriers and enterprises, but we can be also as successful as our customer is happy with the products that they are using. So staying customer-centric, we've always been customer-centric, but staying customer-centric is a challenge for many organizations that are growing rapidly. So we intend to have it. We inspire dedication. We have very dedicated teams. We are dedicated to what we do. So this is a second core value that we are advocating. Third one, perseverance. We always have some challenges in front of us. Life and work is not bed of roses. We will always face challenges, but the winners are those who persevere. So perseverance is our third core value. And fourth, growing by reflection. We can be great, we can be successful, we can be even so self-centric that we forget the mistakes we make. That's why self-reflection is so important, to correct our own mistakes. Nobody's perfect, and move on forward. I hope you share those core values as we go along. Who are we looking for? We are looking for people who are positive, open, and diverse. We are a global company, we are a Chinese company, we are a local company. We offer opportunities locally, regionally, and globally. So we need people who are positive, open, and diverse. Those are the values we are looking for. What about our HR strategy? And our HR strategy is very long and is ever evolving, like every company has, but it can be summarized in this page. We have two career paths for our people. One is the managerial career path and professional career path. They can cross each other, they can merge each other, but basically we believe those are the natural, this is the natural progress of the careers of the employees. And of course, as I mentioned also during the panel, we have our training programs and certifications. We have competence and qualification certifications that can be a proof that the employee has certain levels of competence. And that's it in the blink. Of course, it is possible to cross if somebody is showing, and maybe I should talk about it in the next page. We put higher attention to people with high work result. And in my experience, I'm in a company for almost 15 years. And one of the reasons why I'm in this company for over 15 years is the ability of the company to recognize the contribution. And if the contribution and work result is recognized, there is a faster career path for those employees who are contributing more. And you can see on the right side, professional, senior professional, first line manager, expert leader, professional chief strategic leader. This is the path for both professional and managerial lines. If you got the skills, we've got the opportunities. And I think the guys you will see outside on the left from this room, they can give you more information about who are we looking for. And if you are ready, then please ask them for advice or inquire them, bomb them with the questions. Yes, and you can have a scan of the QR code for the application if you like. I will leave this page for a while, and that would conclude my part. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now it's time for our lunch break. The lunch is served in the lounge room, so go ahead and enjoy the food and the mingling with the guests around you. For students joining us today, there is a Huawei career booth right there in the corner, where our HR managers will answer all of your questions about the amazing opportunities for you. Outside, we also have a roadshow where you can find amazing ICT use cases, and our experts will be there to tell you more about them.
In Huawei, we believe the real future of intelligent world are the young talents who are now developing their skills and passion for science and technology. That's why in 2019, we launched 1000 Dreams to support the children in Europe in developing their education and show them how fascinating technology can be. Knowledge. We believe that in order to support them in the best way, we need to listen carefully. Some of them may need books to learn more about technology. Some may need tablets if they are unable to go to school. Or perhaps they require require summer camps, where they can use fascinating devices that will make their dreams and ideas come true. Huawei has already fulfilled thousands of children's dreams from European countries since 2019. Thanks to the 1,000 Dreams program, schools and institutions can make it possible for the world of tomorrow to connect and develop.
Hi, my name is Paula Gould. I'm the co-founder of Women Tech Iceland. We are so excited to partner with Huawei on this amazing project.
I want you to make the most amazing pitch on the 24th.
Go women! I would like to just wish everyone good luck with their project. I can't wait to hear their pitches.
My overall journey with Huawei and with the Seeds for the Future started last year, 2021, in Ukraine. So basically, I saw an advertisement of the Seeds for the Future project in social networks, and then I decided to join. And well, 1 year later, I'm here. Being the seed of the future with Huawei gave me a lot of opportunities. I could expand my horizons, I could attend many activities which otherwise I wouldn't be able to attend. I met many excellent people, and now I actually kinda have an idea of what I want to do in the future. So I guess the whole journey with the Seeds for the Future is something really special for me. Best memory with Huawei and with the Seeds project, I guess it was last year with the alumni events in Finland, where we met a lot of great people. We had one of the best experiences in my life as well. So it was the moment where I realized what I want to do in the future. What I learned in the Seeds for the Future project, I guess, is I want to develop myself in PR, and before that, I didn't even realize that. So when I got there were people who were basically discussing with myself what plans have I got for the future. And during the discussion process, I basically realized, yeah, I like communications, I like talking to people. And people in Huawei, the organizers, they were very kind to explain how those processes look like, basically. So they gave me a hint. And then, thanks to that, I discovered that it could be such a great opportunity to work in Huawei and to have an internship here, which I consequently did. Working in Huawei is actually very, very cool. There are many people who are ready to teach you. It's all about this process where you go there and it's not that you feel like you don't know what to do. It's just that you've always got this source of information coming from your colleagues. This is a perfect opportunity for you to discover in the first place what you want to do in the future. Huawei gives you opportunities to test yourself. You can basically see what's going on in the company and what's going on with the field of study or with the field of work you're interested in. You can discuss it with them, how it's gonna look like in the future, how it looks like right now. So you definitely should do that.
Salut, sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător al Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Matematică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Toată aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care se poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Matematică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat CryptoTracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Salut, sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Automatică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită CryptoTracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat CryptoTracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Salut, sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Automație și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită CryptoTracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat CryptoTracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Matematică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l face. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care se poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Matematică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Automatică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l face. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Automație și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare culcare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
sunt Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Matematică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Robert și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Developer Contest.
Salut, sunt Vlad și sunt câștigător la Harmony OS Nordic Developer Contest.
În momentul de față sunt student în ultimul meu an la Facultatea de Matematică și Calculatoare. Îmi doresc ca pe viitor să îmi deschid propriul startup, foarte probabil împreună cu Vlad.
M-am axat pe partea de, să zic, dezvoltare de aplicații. Îmi place acest domeniu deoarece majoritatea oamenilor folosesc telefoanele în ziua de azi. Am văzut concursul, am văzut premiile și mi s-a părut ceva mult peste orice alt tip de concurs. Ne-am gândit că în ziua de azi criptomonedele sunt la foarte mare căutare și ne-am gândit că nu există nicio aplicație pe smartwatch-uri despre criptomonede.
Ne-am decis să facem o aplicație numită Crypto Tracker, care ce face? Urmărește în timp real valoarea criptomonedelor raportate la valute alese de noi și atunci ce mod mai ușor de a vedea care e prețul unei criptomonede decât uitându-te la propriul tău ceas.
Să lucrez în Harmony OS a fost ca o provocare pentru mine, cât și pentru colegul meu, deoarece nu mai lucrasem niciodată în acest nou sistem de operare.
Și provocarea cea mai mare pentru noi a fost aceea de a ne adapta la moduri diferite, de a face același lucru pe care știam deja să-l facem. Tot aplicația am gândit-o pornind de la cum ne dorim să fie experiența utilizatorului. Ne doream ca el să aibă parte atât de o interfață plăcută, cu care să poate să interacționeze ușor, și în același timp și de o funcționalitate care să-i fie benefică.
Nu ne așteptam să avem aplicația lansată la finalul concursului pe App Gallery. A fost o mare fericire pentru noi și pot spune că am împușcat 3 epuri dintr-o lovitură cu acest concurs. Având în vedere că noi am dezvoltat Crypto Tracker, știu deja ce voi face cu acești bani. Aceștia vor fi investiți fix în criptomonede.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed. Member of the European Parliament and Vice Chair of the Women's Rights Committee will elaborate on barriers and difficulty that prevent women from rising to higher positions. The speech will be in Greek, so please, you can use now your headsets. Γιατί μου είπανε το πρόγραμμα. Okay. So before we go to Mrs. Bosenberg, we will introduce a project that is an example of a great tool providing digital skills knowledge to improve the future career of unemployment women. The purpose of this signing is to promote the cooperation between Huawei and the Public Employment Service of Greece to work with academia to bridge the ICT knowledge and skills gap, to provide training and learning solutions to meet ICT industry requirements by offering master ICT and classes and soft skills workforce development. It should be noted that this program is addressed to unemployed women, aiming to build an ICT industry talent ecosystem by upskilling and reskilling them, and also support an ICT-ready workforce, promote digital skills education. Welcome on stage the Deputy Minister of Labour and Social Affairs official, Mrs. Maria Sirengela. The Governor, Greek Public Employment Service, Mr. Spiros Protopsaltis. And the CEO of Huawei South Balkan region, Mr. Ren Fujun. I don't know if before signing the MOU you have something to mention, so the floor is yours.
Καταρχάς θα ξεκινήσουμε με ένα δεδομένο.
First of all, first things first, we must all know that the participation of male and female in decision-making process in technology, innovation, entrepreneurship are of paramount importance, not just because these is human rights, but also for the development of each modern state. Many steps have been taken to achieve true equality as a country. We're talking about institutional equality, where one out of the 12 countries that we have passed all necessary laws for the guarantee of equality, but the issue is our daily routine. The question is one: apart from achieving institutional equality, we must also contribute to bridging the gap, because many European countries have a gap when it comes to new technology between male and female. According to the report of the European Commission for 2018, more women in ICT means an annual increase of the GNP of the European Union of 16 million euros. More women in STEM might bring a development with more labor posts up to 1.5 million euros until 2050. And let us not hide the truth. All different labor posts, the vast majority of labor posts that will open in the years to come will be in new technologies. Thus, we must all, as politicians and the state as well, we should all contribute to having the proper specializations in these labor posts, and many people among them should be women. Now, what have we done as a ministry? Let me take the floor for some minutes to say the following. This memorandum is very, very important between Huawei and DIPA, the Greek Public Employment Service, which is the proof of this success, of this partnership between the public and private sector, because thus we enhance 500 unemployed women. We open the gate of technology, innovation and entrepreneurship, and of course, in a spirit of cooperation, we offer the proper tools, proper education, so that these women can meet the needs of the labor market. Today, there is a need, more than ever, to work all together for a better future. And this can be done only through PPPs, civil societies, and also any and each one of us. Let us start and let us do it from now. Thank you.
Αγαπητοί Υπουργέ, αγαπητοί κυρία Ευρωβουλευτή.
Dear members, dear MEP, representatives of Huawei in Greece, students in this room, it's my great joy for us to be here today, because this is yet another step towards bridging the digital gap that exists in the labor market through the synergy and through the participation, through the partnership with the Greek Public Employment Service and Huawei. As you might know, during the last year we have collaborated with giants of technology for that end, that is, develop digital skills of our workforce, bridge the gap and help in the development of digital economy. I'm pretty sure that even through this partnership we shall be able to give the opportunity not just to 500 unemployed women, but to many more people to get these skills, the skills that are needed by the economy, so that they can find again their place in the labor market. I would also like to deeply thank Huawei for this initiative and for the fact that we are ready to start shortly this project. And when it comes to our service, we shall continue investing in the qualitative training and the substantial upgrading of skills. Thank you.
I don't know if Mr. Fujun wants to mention anything, or we can continue with the signing. If you want.
Thanks, Ms. Serengana and Mr. Protopsoutis for your kind words. As Huawei, we are much honored to have this opportunity to collaborate with the Ministry of Labor and Hellenic Manpower Employment Organization. The EU's Gender Equality Strategy 2020 and 2025 is the first strategy that the European Commission has released in pursuit of the goal of striving for a union of equality. One of the three propositions is closing gender gaps in the labor market in order to promote better economic balance and more sustainable development. Women should have the opportunity to stand out in the tech industry. Within Huawei, there are many exceptional women engineers and employees. The digital era will benefit women. Education is a key initiative to close the digital divide. No matter through college education or social training program, we need to offer women more opportunities to learn about and participate in this industry. That's why today we are launching the Women Tech initiative in Greece together with the Ministry of Labor and DIPA to promote digital skills education for unemployed women to bridge the gender gap in the technology sector, and hopefully will help them to achieve employment. Together, we hope to support women for an inclusive digital world. Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Fujun, to many more MOUs and initiatives like this one. I would now like to invite on stage Mrs. Vosenberg. Sorry for that delay and that change.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Hello. First of all, I would like to congratulate Huawei for this initiative. I had the pleasure to tell to the CEO before that this company is a champion in a difficult era with a competition which is done in equal terms because you have made significant efforts. I have very few minutes. I must make it more condensed, says the speaker. I will tell you indicatively some figures, very indicatively. According to the European Institute on Gender Equality, the indicator of equality in the EU in the sectors of labor, wages and place of responsibility is 66.6%. In Greece, even lower, 53.4%. That is, women are lagging behind, they are sub-represented. And when it comes to wages, there is deviation close to the EU average, 16%. The ratio in staff, in executives, in senior executives, male-female, is 75-25. Here we see a huge deviation to the detriment of women. Talking about gender equality in the sectors of education, research and innovation, according to a report of Figures, which is a center of substantial timely documentation, we see that 54% of students are female, 59% are women that graduate, men do not graduate at the same level, they are lagging behind. But what is disproportional here is at the level of members of the academia, only 23% are women. And here we can discuss about it, about stereotypes and bias that still unfortunately exist in the European society and of course in the Greek society, being a member state of the EU. In administration, in tertiary education, only 11.5% is represented by women. And when it comes to the European Union, PhD holders in the sectors of technology, IT and communication, a main major of Huawei, here we can see that the women participation is 22%. Women represent 60% in the field of health, 60% in the field of prevention, and 67% in education. We see that participation of women is quite big, even more than men. The development and the career is much less. Why am I saying so? I'm trying to be brief here, says the speaker. Only 25% of freelance women in the fields of science, engineering and STEM, in brief, communication as well. And in the European Union, this figure is quite important because every 100 claims to recognize a patent, the participation of women is just 12. You understand it, we understand. Let me come to glass ceiling, the glass ceiling that is, the obstacles that are projected against the women of career in the academia, in technology, in research, in science more globally. They are called glass ceiling. I had the honor to have the file as an MEP for the APP, a New Democracy, on what are these invisible obstacles that are put to women so that they can achieve equal treatment in terms of wages, equal and fair evaluation to be promoted in the same critical thinking, given that women, as shown by official studies, are superior, not equal to women, and not equal to men rather, especially in entrepreneurship in 3 sectors: selection of peers, how they can conceive risk, and market research, that is, listen to the pace of the market. Women are superior in these sectors. Nevertheless, in assessment, they are lagging behind. When it comes to wages, they are lagging behind. They are not justified by 16% because there is 6% of deviation. And let us now ask, what is this glass ceiling? I will reply because the question is a rhetoric one. Obstacle, yes, invisible, not. Very simply, we're talking about bias and stereotypes that diachronically exist vis-à-vis the role of women. Many efforts have been made in the EU and in the committee, where I am one of the Greeks, or the only Greek vice chair of the Committee on Women's Rights and Gender Equality. Many significant steps have been taken to bridge this gap, to converge the number of equality between male and female, especially in the field of evaluation and upgrading the different people in the decision-making centers. But still, we're lagging behind. Today, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I am addressing the young people. At the top of the European Union, we have a woman, Madame von der Leyen. At the top of the European Parliament, a woman, Madame Roberta Metsola. In Greece, we have Her Excellency, the President of the Hellenic Republic, Mrs. Sakellaropoulou. President of the Supreme Court, Mrs. Georgiou, a woman. But this is the exception. And here, we are here, rather, to discuss and talk about the rule. This is our objective. Thank you so much.
Mrs. Vosenberg, thank you so much. Unfortunately, you talked about the low representation of women in labor market, and the statistics remain disappointing. It's time to listen to another inspiring panel discussion theme, supporting female talent for an inclusive digital world. We will hear from 4 amazing women, and let's invite them on stage. Mrs. Alondra Silva Muñoz, Head of Marketing, Capsio, Board Member, Women Tech Iceland. Mrs. Nadia Liapi, Director of Corporate Information Systems and Governance, Risk and Compliance Services of Space Hellas Group. Dr. Thalia Emiri, Chief Legal Counsel, Alpha Bank Member, the Boardroom Greece. And Mrs. Georgina Toroni, Ella Summer School alumna, representing Hungary, financial engineer at MSCI. The discussion will be moderated by Berta Herrero, Head of Equality, Diversity and Inclusion, Huawei EU. Please keep it short.
Well, hello everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. Indeed, I am Berta Herrero. I am Head of Diversity, Equality and Inclusion of Huawei Europe, and it's my big pleasure to be here with you today, with all these amazing women. This is the second time that we include a fully female panel on the Talent Summit, and I'm very proud that our company, Huawei, is doing this. We are committed to not only supporting female talent, but to also empowering the next generation of female leaders to lead the digital revolution. And the thing that makes us the most proud is that we actually allocate resources for these women to shine. So that's actually the best way to start. And as soon as I can get a hand microphone, we're gonna start the discussion. So big applause for these amazing women. Is it working? Yes, fantastic. It is definitely working. All right. So, as I was telling you, for us, women in tech is a priority. Not only a priority, it's a commitment. And we have here 4 amazing women today. I'm not going to go beyond in their introductions because no one better than themselves to do it. We always say that there is something else, there is always someone else rather than the woman to speak about herself. So that's not good. We want to give the voice to women, and I am very lucky actually to count on 1 woman in tech, or actually more than 1 in this panel, but definitely 1. What we call woman in tech, this role model for the next generation of female talents. This is Nadia. Nadia, let me ask you one question. Well, you can further introduce yourself and what you do if you want. But I have a question for you. So yes, you are a woman in tech. But did you always knew that you wanted to be a woman in tech? Was this always at the back of your mind when you were growing up, or how did you find this passion, actually?
Do I hear? No, it's working. Okay, fine. Well, actually, I always wanted to be involved in technology. It was something new. I started 30 years ago, so you understand things were completely different from today. Studies were very interesting. It was a little bit an intuitive decision. I didn't really know what I'm going to face, but I never regret it. I still love technology, especially its applications for people. And one topic is really interesting for me is how to manage data and information and get something very useful that can change the world and people's lives. So technology was always my passion and still is.
But that's actually great, Nadia. Thank you so much, because you know sometimes we also see this passion that you speak of, and when we see it, we want to support it, no matter how young girls can be. Because if they have a passion, they must follow it, and they will thrive at it. But we also have what we call the accidental women in tech, as my dear colleague Sabina Ziofu would say. And I want to refer then to Georgina. Georgina is here in her capacity as one of our students of the European Leadership Academy. She was the representative chosen from Hungary to come to the 2022, I mean, it was this year still, 2022 summer school in Prague. But Georgina is not only that, she's also a financial engineering and so many other things. Georgina, when we were at the school and also afterwards, you used to say how, as a girl, you couldn't imagine yourself in tech, not even remotely. You didn't have any experience with technology, yet here you are. Not only you are here, sitting in a panel of amazing women in tech, very much deserved, by the way. You're also shining so bright in this sector and in what you do. So tell us, Georgina, how was your journey, and what would be your advice for young women who don't necessarily see themselves in tech, but tech might be for them as well?
Thank you, Berta. So to be honest, my journey with technology was actually quite a bumpy road, because as a kid I was never really into computer games. I was more like a Barbie girl. And it took me a couple of years to realize that I want to work in a tech-related field. In high school, of course, I had IT classes, but I never really excelled at it. It wasn't my favorite subject. But at university, I started learning coding and got familiar with AI. And technology, since then, became quite a passion of mine. I think the main difficulty on this road was that everyone in my school, in my class, especially boys, had experience with computers, with technology, and I always felt like I'm not good enough, I don't have the capabilities to work in a tech-related field, and here I am now. So my main advice for girls like me is to not give up, to keep being open, because I think the most beautiful thing about technology is that it can be used in so many areas of our lives that everyone can find some part that they will enjoy, that will suit them. So keep being open.
Definitely, and you have said something, Georgina, which is very relevant. You have said, I used to be a Barbie girl. Well, I want to actually stress the importance of being also Barbie girls when we are young. We are actually entitled to play, we are entitled to do what we like, and it's great because now even these kind of dolls, they come in all shapes, right? They give you astronauts, they give you scientists, and whatever. But we should reivindicate one thing. Even when we are Barbie girls, it doesn't mean that we cannot be women in tech in the future. So for every girl out there that is watching this via live stream, we should encourage them, definitely. Whereas even though you can be now playing with Barbies, this doesn't exclude you from technology at all. Maybe rather the opposite, like it happened to you, right? So now, to a nice topic, let's say, not that the rest were not nice, but to a really nice and cold one. So it so happens, you know, that Athens and Greece is such a beautiful country. It's so beautiful. It's so warm. I love it. I'm Spanish, and I mean, I would not leave this country at all if I didn't have to. But there is a very nice country which is quite cold, and is Iceland. Now, Iceland is one of the safest countries in the world for women. Also for women in business, according to different international indexes. We are very lucky, I would say, to count on Alondra in this panel. She's a board member of Women Tech Iceland. And Alondra, I wanted to hear from you because I think we can all learn from it. How is it like to be a female professional in Iceland's digital economy? And how can we take the best cases that you guys are doing and implement them in our countries as well? This is teamwork. It's a chain of female talent.
Thank you. So regarding Iceland being a leader in gender equality, I would like to, some of the lessons you mentioned we have to learn is that first and foremost, the change came from the women, and that has continued to be that way, and women were the ones that created the decision-making spaces, and they continued to push for that change, and they are still there, and gender equality is what Iceland lives and breathes, and we see it in all the spheres in society, we see it in family, we see it in the private sector, in the public sector. It is really intrinsic of what Iceland is. And another thing that I think we will have to learn, and the world will learn, is just one specific case that Iceland does very well, is how they managed to create a state parental leave that really benefits women. And this is something that is probably, one of the world's best cases. Today it is not transferable. So each parent, whether these are, homoparental families or not, they get 6 months each, and they cannot transfer them. So that really has made a big impact in women, in women's careers. When I had my kids, I was on a different system. I had to transfer some of my husband's months to me because his income was higher than me. So I think that by having it not transferable and not directly connected to your income, you can really make sure that if women want to go back to the workforce, that won't affect their career. Because really what happens with the wage gap is that in a huge part, it is a tax on maternity. So women, we tend to be perceived as the caretakers. There are all these ideas around motherhood, that we are the ones that need to stay at home, the ones that, the baby needs us. But that is not necessarily the case for every family. Some women would like to go back, and they should be able to do so. So the Icelandic system really allows for that, and that really has created, a society that understands family as really co-parental responsibility that you can definitely see everywhere. But I also would like to mention regarding gender equality in Iceland is that the change came from women, but today, and they stay there, but today we also need to be very aware that there is still change to be made, and Iceland is far from being perfect and far from being, gender equality paradise that we all think. And I personally am part of a group that is not very well represented in the decision-making spaces. And I think that there is still a lot to be learned in terms of how we understand gender, and if the way that we understand it is really intersectional, and if we're really, when we're talking about women, are we talking about a certain portion of women, or are we also considering trans populations, people with disabilities, people of foreign origin, people with people of color, and so on and so forth. So I really think that this is what we are lacking in Iceland, and there is a big part of the population that is, you know, working towards that, because that is, I think, the next, how we need to take gender equality to the next stage, to become intersectional.
It makes a lot of sense what you're saying, and this is not the first time we hear it, and it's also very true. And what we can never do probably is fall into the trap of perfection, because we are never perfect and we are never there fully. I mean, if we were there, then we would not need such panels and so on. And so we definitely need this. Self-acknowledgement that we can do better, and as you said, work more on intersectionality and so on and so forth. But our team in Iceland, and I'm actually very proud, our team in Iceland, Huawei Iceland, and Beatrice is here, is doing a great job on that. For example, with our female incubators, supporting female innovators. How important is that? One of the things that we usually say that is hard for women in tech, and actually for women in any sector, Ataleya, and you can tell us more about this probably, how hard it is to access funding, to access finance. Because at the end of the day, yeah, it's not the same if you go there to ask funding as a female entrepreneur. And we have heard this so many times from women. So Ataleya, you're an expert in finance. How do you think that we can actually make, let's say, funding and finance in general more accessible to women?
Thank you, Berta. Well, if you ask a banker or an investor, they would say finance has no gender. But this is not true. This is the rule. However, I think that in reality, finance has a gender, and I'm speaking on my personal views. Of course, I don't represent the bank at this moment. Has a gender because of the perception of the culture, first of all, and of what the society thinks, and the bank and the investor are part of the society. I do believe and I do hope that the fact that sustainability has become one of the most important factors in assessing the quality of the capital of the banks and of the investors, and therefore in assessing the quality of the investment, each and every investment, plus the fact that there is actually a kind of, I would say, small revolution in the finance sector, not only because of the sustainability actually, but also because of the fact in order to establish the sustainability, we need also to disclose data, and we need to disclose also non-financial data, which makes even more obvious where finance is going and who has access to finance or not. So I do hope that sustainability and whatever that brings, such as the disclosure of the non-financial data, will help us understand the problem, acknowledge it, which is the first stage, before resolving it. In order to resolve it, of course, we need more, first and foremost, a change of perception and culture. I would make a small parenthesis. What you said about the Barbie girl really touched me, because I used to go to a school, a high school, that was only girls. It was a girls' high school. And although I was very much inclined to mathematics, I loved it, everybody said, no girl goes to mathematics. Well, it was 32 years ago, 33 actually, unfortunately for me, a long time ago. I think that this has changed a lot since then, and I hope that it will still change in the future. It will be even better. So first and foremost is the change of the culture. Then is to give motives, rules, and adapt the framework to the needs of the female founders. Actually be more open to them.
Hey, whenever you want to clap and applaud, just do it, please. We always need these boosts of energy, and whoever says otherwise is lying. So, because women support women, and then when men support women, then it's great. Then we have a party together. So you have said it very well, Taleya. Finance has a gender, and so does technology, and so does everything else, basically. In order to level the playing field, as you said, we first need to understand where the problem is. If we close our eyes and we say there's no problem, then we will not fix anything, unfortunately. But Georgina, going back to you, because yeah, you are definitely the star and the Barbie girl power, we will make it, but not only because of that. So, Georgina is here today, not only because she's a brilliant student and a fantastic leader in her field and also in her personal life, but because she wrote the best essay about the topic of this panel, supporting female leadership for an inclusive digital world, among many of our students. So, Georgina, I have read your essay, but not everyone has been so lucky. So I wanted you actually to share with us how, as a young leader, how do you see that we can best support women to become the leaders of this digital world? Yes, perfect.
So, I think the main issue today isn't that there aren't enough scholarships for girls or enough programs for girls to get to know technology, but more like the lack of passion from their side. So, if you think about it, I think it's really common in most of the countries that boys usually play with video games early in their lives, while, as I said, girls usually play with dolls like Barbies or read books. And that's why boys get super close to technology in their early stage of life, while girls don't. So I truly believe we should focus on creating a passion in girls for technology. I think we should show them how technology can be fun, like creating computer games specifically for girls, or showing them how can be technology used in a lot of ways. So, for example, we can create art with coding, and that can be fun for a girl. And besides that, I think we should also create a safe space for girls to learn about technology, to learn coding, because most of the schools, I don't think that would provide coding classes only for girls, where they could feel that they are not being judged if they don't know something. So all in all, I think we should focus on creating a passion for technology in girls, and also giving them a space.
That is super important, actually. There you go. I didn't say it, they said it. You see, safe spaces for women, creating safe spaces for women, how important is that? And it's not a privilege, it's a need. It's a basic need at this stage. So thank you for sharing that. Alondra, let me get back to you. And just one thing, please, to the audience, our dear audience, you might have noticed that, yeah, the ceilings are a bit high today, just a little bit. So the acoustics are a little bit difficult. Therefore, if we can keep a little bit of silence during the panel, that would be great, because these ladies have amazing things to share. And then we go all out, and we dance, and we drink, and we eat. No, keep that part. But for the moment, let's try to focus on the discussion. Thank you so much. So, Alondra, you were talking about, actually you mentioned it very well in your previous intervention, motherhood and how hard it is sometimes for women to be able to continue in their careers. This was my question for you, because as a professional, you work on growth. You are responsible for securing, let's say, sustainable growth for businesses, right? But what happens when it comes to the growth, career growth for women? We notice in the tech sector, but also beyond that actually there is a key point where women basically, unfortunately, exit or drop out. This is motherhood, of course, unfortunately. So from your experience, both as a mother, but also as someone who lives, as we said, in one country that is doing a great job in this, although it still has to improve in several other issues, what's your view? How can we best retain female talent and actually support women's career growth beyond motherhood?
Well, I would like to focus on 3 different levels about it, actually starting with one that is not sustainable, but I think it's an important message for the next generation. I feel like in our generation, we are almost the first generation of women who are reaching leadership positions. We have to really continue to do this fundamentalist self-advocacy that we do for ourselves. And I'm sure the women sitting here know what I'm talking about. You need to be your own champion. That, has been my experience. No one will champion you better and more than yourself. And that is not sustainable, because that is only done at the individual level, and that's not going to change anything. So I think that's, starting from there and moving forward, we need, as women, to not only make sure that we are advocating for ourselves and getting results for ourselves, we need to challenge the status quo, and we really need to work to make sure that the people that are coming after that will have a better place, will have the safe spaces that we will build for them. I think that is extremely important to do. That is how you start to make it more sustainable. Then I think on a next level, it has to be a little bit more the organizational and industry level. To me, it has to do first recruiting. It comes with, creating safe spaces, making sure that your company has women, and that the women have a safe space so they can actually recruit more women, and that their organizations are inclusive, and that they have the processes in place for them to stay. And those processes have to be around, measuring performance, having compensation reviews, and having those on paper, so you actually have a basis on which you have the negotiation. Because we just heard in the last talk before us how unsatisfied women are with compensations, and a lot has to do with the lack of transparency that exists today, and how we are putting all of the responsibility on negotiating compensation on the individual. And that affects women, because we don't have the same confidence in most of the cases to go up and demand what we're worth. So this takes me, back to what I was saying, to self-advocacy, know your worth. Even if you are at an entry-level position, you are grateful you have the opportunity, but you need to know your worth, and you need to be equally compensated for equal work. So, the organizations and the industry need to make sure that that change happens. And the wage gap, as I mentioned before, doesn't only have to do with women getting paid less. It also has to do with how genderized certain professions are and certain areas of business are, and how we can, make sure that women are in non-technical roles, for example, such as myself, have a background in marketing and communications, but we also need to make sure that when women are entering the technology industry, they are also entering technical roles, and that change needs to happen, way back. It needs to happen at the educational level, at a governmental level. So I think the key to me is coming more to transparency, like I mentioned. I fiercely believe in it. Actually, the state of New York passed a law at the beginning of November that all roles advertised need to have a compensation written in them. That is, state law today, and I really think that a lot of, countries should follow that. Because it's when it is on paper and when it is a process, then you have an equal basis to have those conversations. And, as I mentioned before, a lot can be learned at a governmental and public level, like we are doing it in Iceland with the, gender equal pay. But still, the policies exist, but are they enforced? do they happen? You know, I think this is something that the technology sector needs to be questioning. It's not only recruiting them, it's retaining them, it's putting down career paths for them and making sure that they are not just getting through the day, that they're thriving. And I think this is on all of us.
I definitely agree with you, and you said something very important. As a woman, I need to acknowledge my own value, but how beautiful would it be that companies will also acknowledge every woman's value, right, and every employee's value, as I feel that we do at Huawei, which actually makes us very proud. So thank you for sharing that. And Nadia, back to you. From the cold to the warm, not necessarily you ladies, but the countries you are representing. So Nadia, for me, you do one of the most difficult jobs available in the market. You are responsible for keeping your company's infrastructure safe. I mean, it's easily said, but not so easily done, I assume. So, you know, we are in a time when cyber attacks are becoming, let's say, the new normal, kind of. But I can imagine that for you, this is also daily life, and it probably comes with a lot of stress. So how do you manage the pressure, and how do you actually manage to succeed at what you do?
Interesting question. Doesn't have a single answer. The pressure is really high, and the problems are a lot, and you have to prepare before something happens. Make sure that you understand if something happens, and recover from a bad situation, and that all needs to be taken care in the first, in the beginning, not in the end. So a lot of things have to be done. I should say, though, that cybersecurity could have a gender, the female gender. It could be a woman's work, because we have a lot of analytical skills. We are ready to understand and really see the value of an incident, if it is important or not, how to handle it. We are very good in working with people. We are very good in building teams. And in a crisis, what you need is a very good team. So cybersecurity is a difficult area. It needs a lot of personal time to be given to it. It's a 24/7 job. It's not something that you go home and forget about it. The phone is ringing at any time, any day. But if you have good teams, if you have built good teams, then your phone rings only if it is absolutely necessary for you to be there. So technology helps us. Companies like Huawei help us to our jobs, because they produce appliances and software that can detect and also be the first line of defense. It's a complex environment indeed, a stressful one, but so interesting that if you really like it, it feels like any other job, like being a teacher, for example. If you like something, it's easy to do it, although it is complex, although it is demanding.
And I actually...
Let's invite women to cybersecurity, please. I see a lot of young girls here. It is a very, very interesting thing to do. You learn a lot. You never quit learning. You have to go on every day with new things. And you are really valued because you have analytical skills and team building skills that are absolutely necessary. So join cybersecurity.
You cannot imagine what I feel when I hear you speaking with so much passion about cybersecurity, because indeed, when we are talking about women in technology, cybersecurity is one of those areas that definitely needs more women. And in Huawei, we're trying our best to support them, as you said. And we are quite proud, because cybersecurity indeed is for everyone. And I know at least one woman in cyber here, our dear alumni from Latvia, Elisa. There you are. Elisa spends most of her time, or at least used to, basically combating cyber attacks, and definitely you should talk later, because how beautiful it is to have actually women in cyber in every generation, and to see the passion now going from one to another, and it's beautiful. So definitely we have a bright future for cybersecurity if we continue together. Thank you, Nadia. So just to close the panel, and I'm saying this, guys, because please, if you have any questions, prepare them, because I will take them super quickly after this question, and then you can interact with the panelists, okay? But we will do it super quickly. Taleya, to close the panel, we could not close it without talking about leadership. You are a leader, you're a female leader. I don't know even what you prefer, because sometimes I feel a little bit weird that when it's about a woman, then we say female leader. But at the same time, it's also good to make a point sometimes that women can also be leaders. So it's up to you. You will tell me what you think about it. So being a board member is definitely leadership. You do it. You will tell us about it. But how do you also exercise leadership in your daily life beyond the boardroom?
That's an interesting question. Because the truth is that it is very correct. We tend to confuse leadership with boardrooms or C-level executives or something like that. Leadership, it is, I think, first and foremost, the ability to have a vision, the ability to adapt, to change, to listen carefully what the others have to say, what are the needs of the others, and if possible, persuade them, influence them, and help them coordinate towards a goal. So this is something each one of us can actually exercise within a small group, within a community, within the school, the university, the work, any group. But the truth is that I think that the most important is the willingness to change. I would say, finally, after all these years, and I have been in different boards as a non-executive member, and I have been also an executive in big corporations, I think the most important is the willingness to change and actually adapt to a new environment, understand how to do that, make tangible goals, gradual goals, use your own empathy to understand. This is the one part of the leadership. The other part of the leadership, I would say, is the self-development, the self-adaptation also, because you cannot lead but by example, as we say. It is not possible just to set the rule. It is possible, but it's not effective just to set the rules. In order to have an impactful leadership, you have, first of all, to believe in what you are doing and believe in yourself. And if I may go a little bit back to the financing, because it's very related, I would say to all the young people that have an idea and they want to get the financing, and they're leaders of themselves, first of all, of the little group they are setting together, a small project. I think that the time they arrive to ask for financing of their project, they have already done most of the way. This is something that you have to have in mind. You have studied, you have worked, you have an idea, you have spent hours, energy, friendships in order to set up a new project. So you have done most of the way. Now you have to persuade the others. If you believe in yourself, it's much easier to try to persuade the others. So this is why I think that leadership is first a self-development and self-adaptation. And I would like to just to mention a motto I have in my life from someone who is a role model to me, Nelson Mandela, who has said that you never lose. You either win or learn. Because life is, of course, you have success, or you may not succeed in a project, you may not succeed in attracting finance, in attracting an investor, or you may not succeed in your first attempt, but it's definitely that you will learn from that. My first interview I had for the first board I ever been, someone asked me, what are the worst times in your professional life? And what have you learned from that? And it was the first time I started thinking about it. So I understood that this is very important, to think about the failures and what you learned from that, to think about your successes and believe in yourself. This is the first step towards leadership, I would say.
Definitely, Taleya, very well said. There you go. So, as you said, exercising leadership is about believing in oneself. So I want to see now who believes in themselves enough to ask a question or to voice a comment or a suggestion to our wonderful panelists. It's not every day that we have this opportunity. So, it looks like I'm expecting something from the sky or something, but no, I mean, guys, especially our students, I want to see that energy, right, from the young generations. So who has a question, or you can voice a comment, you can voice a suggestion. Now is the time to do it. Yes, one here, Amy. And wait, let's see if we have another one and then we collect both of them together. Another question? Don't be shy. Another question over there. Fantastic. So we are going to have 2 questions. That's it. The shop is going to close. So unless someone else raises their hand, we are going to have 2 questions. First, we are going to start with Amy. By the way, Amy is also our student from Malta, from the School for Female Leadership in the Digital Age. And you will have the pleasure of hearing from her in the next panel. But Amy, your question.
Thank you. So firstly, what I wanted to ask was a mural from male-dominated fields. And I wanted to ask how you make sure that your voices are ascertained for the quality of what you're saying and that what you're saying has value, because sometimes it tends to be that you are there, like there's the impression that you're there because you're a woman rather than because you are of substance and that your value. So I wanted to ask what you do to make sure that your voices and your values are heard because of their quality.
Thank you, dear Amy. And then if we can collect the second question, then we will have them at the same time. Yes, perfect. Please introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you. My name is Donna. I'm from Iceland. So from listening to your panel, it's very evident that self-confidence is lacking in women in tech. I just wanted to ask you, when should we start to implement the interest in tech in girls especially? Is it enough that it starts in college, or should we go even younger? Because as you stated that a lot of boys start getting interest in tech because of computer games, and I was a marketing director for an esports center in Iceland, and it was very evident that there were lacking girls in that department.
All right, thank you so much for your question. So if my panelists will agree, because we are a bit short on time, I propose that we do it this way. So 2 fantastic ladies have given you some input, and then I think what we can do is wrap your answers up together with your final statement, if that makes sense, okay? So we can close it this way. Because the last question was from Iceland, maybe Alondra, would you like to go first for like a 1 or 2 minute wrap up with your answer as well? It's coming. 1 second. So I answer both questions? You can answer both questions and basically make your final statement as well.
Thank you very much. It's actually, Donna is here representing Iceland, and I met her this morning, and I didn't tell her that I'm actually a fan of hers. I think she's amazing. It was really great to see you here. I'm a fan of yours. But I wanted to end by saying that the interest in technology is something that it shouldn't be monopolized by men. And it should be starting as early as possible, to answer your question. And I think that video games is maybe one way in which kids get closer to it. There are many other ways. We were just discussing earlier here with my fellow Latinas from Iceland that came today with us, and thinking about all these issues. And we were asking ourselves, Why aren't there more women developers? Just like taking the origin of the problem, and we really thought that it kind of boils down at the core to gender roles and gender stereotypes and the way that we are labeling people as early as they are assigned a gender. So we tend to think about women as, you know, these caretakers, they have this interest, they play with Barbies and so on. But like that doesn't necessarily, like, and I remember growing up, you know, like I just had this idea in my head that I was bad at math. And I could, like, how could I have ever thought that I would become a woman leader in technology when I was bad at math? And like, of course, this is an essential skill to enter technology, and absolutely not. You know, first of all, we shouldn't be labeling ourselves as such. We shouldn't let ourselves be limited by those, and we should never let others put those sort of labels on ourselves, because they don't know us and they don't know our full potential. Only ourselves do. And if we really, you know, challenge those, and when someone makes a comment of like, oh, boys will be boys, like, what do you mean by that? You know, it's painful. Sometimes we are, you know, at a dinner table and someone makes a comment and we find it problematic and we feel uncomfortable asking back, what do you mean? Like, can you explain that to me? It's just, like, we have to kind of question it at the core level, at how early it happens. And today, I just think that, you know, we have a lot of women, like CTOs, at least in my industry. I work in the travel tech space, and for example, today, Expedia has a wonderful CTO. I also work with Salesforce. My company built its product on Salesforce, and Salesforce has a magnificent CEO in India, one of the largest partners. I just really think that we need to start as early as possible, as, you know, questioning how we are talking to our youth and to our childhood in terms of like what do they are, what interests do they have, and who they can become.
That's great. Thank you for that, Alondra. So the key takeaway is that we need to start as soon as possible. We need to start even probably as babies. That's why Georgina said it also very well. It's about the games that you play with. It's about what you see in your ecosystem, right? So probably, Nadia, you want to add to that as well and reply to questions.
Just a few things. Technology gives access to everybody to almost everything. Technology can make life easy and gives the opportunity to people to work from anywhere at their own time. So I believe technology suits women very well because we have limited time, and in many cases we need to work in different hours from the others. So young people now, babies, as you said, when they are born in technology. It's not like us 30 years ago. Technology was not a common thing. Today it is a common thing. And I believe we are ready not to discriminate. And discrimination doesn't have to do with gender only. It has to do with everything that it is different and everybody who is different. And technology is the key to that, because we see no differences when we use technology, and we can make everybody able to participate. So it's about time to stop discussing about discrimination and start seeing people as people and skills available. And as a woman, I must say, I'm a little bit discriminating against men. I hire women often because I work very well with them. So I think that in one case a leader can be a man, but in another case it can be a woman, and she will be making the decisions for hiring or not. So let's stop talking about all that and do our jobs the best way, and we'll have a chance to go up the ladder.
Definitely. I couldn't have said it any better. It's about that what you said also, connecting the unconnected. Technology gives access to everything to everyone. So that's what we are actually trying to achieve, and that we do so in a level playing field way, right? In an equal way. So thank you, Nadia. And Taleya, I guess you want to also share with our audience your final remarks.
Sure. Well, I don't know when to start. Technology, of course, whatever you want to do, the soonest you start, it's the better. But there's always time to do things. And you're never too old to start something. I think, unless you're really willing to do so. My last conclusion would be that I think that believe in your potential, as you said. You're the only one to know your potential. That's the most important. Believe in yourself. Keep trying, of course. Don't get intimidated by others. If we speak about women, don't get intimidated by others. Might be women or men. Don't get intimidated. Go for your goal and go for it. Try to leave behind perceptions. I mean, if you cleanse the perceptions of your mind, then possibilities unlimited, as the poem says. And I would also say, however, that I think that we still need to make a change and push towards the change of the rules. It's not enough to do our job. We need to change the rules for the women. And I'm very much in favor of this asymmetric regulation, in favor of measures that apply to women as a transitional phase until we arrive in a full and unconditional diversity and inclusion. So I think we still have a long way forward, but if we keep trying, sometime we will arrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Taleya. If we keep trying, definitely we will get there. But as you said, until we do, it's not so bad to have these panels, to have schools only for women, and so on, because we have to level the playing field. So indeed, Georgina, my dear, you have a huge responsibility. You're gonna close the panel. No pressure. No, but so tell us. You studied with Amy and with Elisa, and you have seen the challenges that young women face in technology. So what's your, let's say, closing remark?
Okay. So my final thought would be an advice for the students here. You are probably here because you are passionate about technology. And my advice is to share this passion with younger generation, younger women. Show them how technology can change their lives. Help them with technology. Provide them the safe space we've been talking about. And as I said, keep being open.
Because by being open, probably your curiosity will one day awaken your hidden talents, and you will be able to shine more and more. Ladies, it has been a pleasure to host you today. Please, a big round of applause for our female leaders. Yes. 1 second, please don't leave yet. I need a beautiful Huawei phone from one of my colleagues to take a selfie here at the stage. Because I got this request, so of course we're gonna do it. I don't have my phone with me at the moment. Huawei phone, thank you so much. Beatriz. And you want a selfie? Also, okay. So we will do it. Wait. We need to challenge status quo. Let's take a selfie. Okay, sorry. I was asking for a little bit more time because I have one more thing to share with you. It will take 5 minutes, but it's very important, especially for this beautiful country, Greece. At the panel, you met one of our amazing students from the Schools for Female Leadership in the Digital Age, but this is not the only women empowerment project that we have at Huawei. We noticed, and Alondra also mentioned this, that when we are doing certain things in a certain way, we are not reaching the entire society. We are not reaching everyone who should benefit from technology. So we decided to start a new academy. In this case, an academy focused on women from rural areas to close both the rural-urban gap and also the gender gap. We had this first academy, the inaugural Women's Academy for Rural Innovation, 2 months ago in Spain. And I am most pleased to tell you that the winner of this academy from all over Europe is from Greece. And yes, exactly. And she's here with us. Her name is Anastasia, and I want her to tell you a little bit more about women in tech in rural areas. Please welcome Anastasia Vestiroglu to the stage. We sit cozy, huh? Here, yeah. Yeah, no problem. Like this. All right, so we're gonna need the second microphone that is gonna come to us very soon as I make your introduction, Anastasia. So, as I said, it's a huge achievement that you won the first edition of the Women's Academy for Rural Innovation, but it's so well deserved. I was there with you, and I saw not only your empathy, but also your talents, and also the hard, let's say, experience that you have behind you. It has not always been easy for you, and it's not easy for women in agriculture. So tell us about that, about your experience, mostly before coming to the academy.
Well, in my job, I have faced a lot of sexism. Most men think that I don't deserve to be there because it's a male-dominated job. So it was hard for me. I started doubting myself because I started to believe that maybe I'm not good enough to be there. And my self-esteem was really down. And, well, I had some plans for my future, but again, I was doubting myself because, can I make it? And then I saw the invitation for the academy, I applied, and everything changed.
Well, that is definitely very uplifting for me, and I am so happy that you got there and you're so deserving. But tell us, you have said it, sometimes people didn't believe in you, that you were capable enough of doing your job. No matter what, you pushed forward, and I know that you also said, technology is the future, definitely, so I'm gonna implement it in my business. So tell our audience, please, what is it that you do in your daily life, and how does it combine with technology?
Well, technology is, as I said, the future, and it's very important, especially nowadays in agriculture, because we have to achieve sustainability. But besides that, a big problem women farmers face is the farm workers. They see it almost an insult to take orders for a woman. So it's very hard, extremely hard actually, to work with them. So with technology, you can reduce the labor you need. And so we can do it like on our own or with very few workers. And it's way easier, and I think nowadays more appealing for women to try it.
Definitely, and it's very important also, thank you so much. It's very important what we are hearing from you, because usually we associate technology with working at these big companies or in the big cities or whatsoever. But the truth is that you can still be a farmer, you can still live in Greece, the Thessaloniki region, and you can still be thriving, a thriving star in technology, as you are, Anastasia. So tell us one other thing. How did your life change after your participation in our academy?
Well, actually, my mindset changed. I'm empowered, I'm motivated, I'm inspired, and as I said, I'm more confident about myself. Well, of course, because I won, but also because I know that I have the knowledge and the tools now to achieve exactly what I want in my life, both my professional career, but also how to help the other women in my community, and this is something very important for me as well.
Definitely. Now you have a big weight on your shoulders because you are not only the, you know, the leader of rural Europe, of the women in rural Europe, but now you have also shown yourself to Greece, and you know, this is your home country. So they must be very proud of you, as we all are, and well, you're gonna be a role model now for everyone here.
Thank you so much. I hope that.
Yes, so where do we go from here, Anastasia? What's next for you?
Well, first of all, regarding the other women in my community, I have noticed that they choose their career not based on what they want, but based on stereotypes, because they don't think that they're capable enough to do a male-nominated job. Well, mostly farming in my occasion. And since I started working as a female farmer, there are some women who start to be a little more involved in their family farms, but still they're afraid to take a leading role in it. So I believe that someone has to empower those women, help them realize their power, and understand that nowadays women have the power to choose what they want to do in their lives. And they have to be respected for their choice, because the world is changing and women to claim the role they deserve in the society. So I have already arranged some meetups with some local girls, and they were very excited about that, because we had this kind of safe community where we can talk about our problems, and we will arrange some empowerment speeches, and we're gonna see how it evolves.
That's beautiful, Anastasia, and I'm sure that you're going to count on the support of the women in tech community here in Greece and on the overall technology community here in Greece, and definitely on our support going forward.
Thank you so much.
So, if we have a key takeaway from our conversation with Anastasia, is definitely that technology is for everyone, certainly is for women. It's also for women in agriculture and for men, definitely, because probably with drones, with AI, with 5G and so on,
in agriculture.
like you do, exactly, like you do at your farm, you can definitely change the way that agriculture is going in Europe and just make it thrive and strive for the best. So Anastasia, a couple of final words to close this beautiful conversation.
Well, I want to say, well, as we said in the previous panels and the previous speeches, that we're powerful, we can do great things in life, and we shouldn't let anyone stop us. And thank God, now there's European Leadership Academy, and it shows us the way.
Thank you, my dear Anastasia. So that applause is for you. That applause is definitely for you. And with this, I can only say thank you for everything. Continue being the great role model that you are, and good luck.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored.
Thank you, dear Anastasia. And as you make your exits, just to say a final remark, this event is being possible because of the great efforts and work that my dear colleague Irmina Ostrovska has done over the past, over the past few months. So she deserves all the credit together with our great Greek team. Yes, we are talking about Tonia, Vivian, Luna, and so on. We also have other Huawei teams from all over Europe present here. I'm thinking, of course, about my colleagues from Europe, Despina and Georgia, but we also have Huawei Spain, Elena, we also have Huawei Iceland, Beatriz, we also have Huawei Italy, Maria Flora, and we also have Huawei Czech Republic, Vera, and so on and so forth. And if I have forgotten someone, please excuse me, but I want our audience to know that a lot of people and a lot of our hearts are behind this initiative, the Talent Summit. It's been amazing to be with you, and of course, our leadership is also behind this. Marco Shu, Tony Jing, and so on and so forth. Thank you, everyone. Good night to our colleagues in Shenzhen, and good luck. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Thank you, Berta. With that inspiring note, we are moving to the final session of our conference, Talents for a Better World. Continuing in the theme of developing digital skills, we will now focus on a moment on ICT Academy. Huawei ICT Academy is a partnership between Huawei and academies around the world. Through this partnership, Academy delivers Huawei ICT technologies training, encourages students to get Huawei certification, and develops talents with practical skills for the ICT industry and community. We will now listen of our speakers from ICT partner universities who will highlight their views on cooperation with Huawei within this platform and the benefits it brings to the students. First of all, let me invite and welcome on stage Mrs. Marzena Slij, Senior Ecosystem Development Manager, Huawei Poland.
Hello, everybody. It is very big honor to be with you, and I can share information about ICT Academy program in Poland. I would like to show this. Where is my presentation? I can see. So maybe a few minutes. Okay, maybe I do some introduce. In Poland, we working with 8 academies, technical academies. It is very famous academies. It is first academies in the Poland. And with me, it is together. It is two professors from the Poznań. And they would like show information about the, sorry, my presentation. Oh, okay, yes, we can start it, but it is, I need to click here. Yes, it's okay. Okay. Maybe I can start in this song a few words about introduction, and I think that you know this picture. This Mr. Kenja talked about it because we and the Huawei is represented in the more than 170 countries in the whole world, and we have much more investment in R&D. And what we do in the ICT Academy, ICT Academy, it is very important step in the career, and because it's very important, education. Education is the base for our career, our knowledge, and we need to start this from the high school, and after that in the study. And of course, it is ICT Academy. It is we create in the whole world, and we started in our offices, and after that we create academies in the universities, and we represent our academies in the whole world, how you can see in this picture, and we are represented in the whole continents. We have more than 2,000 partners in the whole world, and every year we have more than 105,000 students, and when you go look in this picture, it is more than 1 million students we have in our program. How it is look in Poland. In Poland, our offices existing from 17 years. We have 2 R&D in Poland. And of course, in Poland, we have 800 employees. Maybe I can show you how we look in our country. But it is academies which we cooperate. Like you see, it is very important academies in Poland. It is like Warsaw Technical Academy and Katowice and Poznań. It is technical university in Poznań. And of course, education is very important, not only study level, but it's very important in the high school level. And we cooperate with 2 high schools level 2. And it is very important. And then during last 2 years, we created this new possibility for the many students. In the last year, you see, we covered more than 1,000 students in Poland. It is huge success in our program and our company that we can cooperate, and we have honor to cooperate with this many students. And of course, our students can pass in the exam. It is very important exam in this HEA, for example. This certificate can help in the market and help to find a good job and can improve that we have skills. And our ICT Academy now is create new possibility, new opportunity for the student. In this, our students, few pictures this from our program this last year, and maybe Professor will be explain because it is the student is one third position in the whole world in the ICT competition in the last year. It is a big success in Polish students. I would like to introduce to the stage and the director of the technical high school from the Poznań, Mr. Andrzej Grześkowiak. Okay.
Good afternoon. My name again, Andrzej Grześkowiak. I am Deputy Director of Zespół Szkół Łączności. I can say that we were really the first high technical school in Poland with ICT Academy. We are very young in this academy, only over 1 year. But I think that we are really successful. Last year, as you can see, we had almost 1,000 students, ICT Academy. We were the best. All of the rest of academy in Poland has less than our Technikum Łączności. For next year, we are going to do the same. Here you can see our prizes. Together with Huawei, we are building our modern laboratory for IT services. And we have also next plans. We are going next year to do more and more. And I'm quite sure that we will do it. Very short. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please stay. Oh, please stay. And okay, it is honor. It is honor to invite. It is Professor Piotr Zwierzykowski from the Poznań Technical University. Please.
Good afternoon.
Next slide. Okay. Okay. Oh.
Okay. So just a few words about my university. I'm a professor on the Poznań University of Technology, which is I think one of the well-recognized and the oldest university, technical university in Poland. And a few numbers about my university are visible on the slides. We have, maybe I will try to. Okay, it's much better. Java. Okay. Okay, so we have 9 faculties, as you see, and of course we have 1,000 academic staff, more than 1,000 academic staff. But I think the most important is that we have 15,000 students per year. And we are the oldest and the first Huawei ICT Academy in Poland. And our students participate in the many courses, receive the dozens of vouchers and certification exams, and also took part in the Huawei ICT competitions twice. And in these competitions, they receive awards on the national level and also on the global level. And I think that it is important to underline that we have also a very well-equipped Huawei ICT Academy laboratory, which is based on the donation of the Huawei. So we have dozens of different types of the networking equipment because most of our students, they are students from computing and telecommunications, and they I think that the most important up till now for them is that networking path. So those are networking devices mostly. And when we look on the number of our students, typically we have about 2 up to 300 students per year. It seems to be a little bit surprising when we compare them with 15,000 students per year. Yes, but on the Faculty of Computing and Telecommunication, we have about 1,000 students, so this 30%. I think it is quite good results. And our students are interested mainly in the courses which prepare to the basic certification, like Datacom on the basic level, but of course also on the courses dedicated for artificial intelligence and Internet of Things. We suppose that in the next years we have also similar number of students in the academy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. And I'm sure that in the next years will be better than this year, and we can join to the program with the smaller students. And because, like many people said today, the education, it is very important. It is education, 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 and please be open for the new solution and new cooperation. And I hope so that it is our university can create new possibility, new jobs for the next generation. Thank you very much.
We have one more insightful speech from the educational sector. Now welcome to stage Professor Murat Efe, Ankara University.
Good afternoon. I am delighted to be here. I would like to share with you my personal and institutional experience on Huawei ICT Academy. I am running the day-to-day operation of ICT Academy at Ankara University. So basically, my takeaway from today is 2 words: upskilling and reskilling. And many speakers before me talked about how to build that. And us educators have been talking about that as well. You know, there's been a paradigm shift from the traditional classroom teaching to online teaching. And actually the thing about the pandemic is actually it's accelerated that. Now we're all talking about the hybrid education. You know, face-to-face, that's good, and online, if available, because online teaching removes boundaries. Online teaching actually provides access to more information. And ICT Academy is right at the heart of it, and I will be talking about it in a minute. Let me just first talk about Ankara University. Like Poznan University, it's a huge university. You know, we have 19 faculties, 113 different departments, and we're teaching in all aspects of life. You know, from engineering to life sciences, from medicine to literacy, education to communication, everything. So it's a huge university, and it's not easy to put such a university in motion. But we did that, and we did that with the help of ICT, Huawei ICT Turkey. And this is how we approached, you know, it was the beginning of pandemic. We were all talking about what to do, about, you know, how to equip our students with better information, because there was no classroom teaching, and we had online systems, but the system was ready, the teachers weren't. So, you know, we needed something else. So that was when we met ICT Academy in Turkey. So first meeting, July 2020, then, you know, a few months of discussions, and we decided, you know, university administration was ready to apply, so we did it right in the beginning of 2021. Then a few months later, we actually got the certification from Huawei. Then we've been a proud partner since. You know, we've been opening courses, we've been channeling students towards these courses. Why are we doing that? Because basically, you know, these are the basic topics offered by Huawei ICT Academy. They're online. They have rich content prepared by both academics and Huawei engineers, and they have both theoretical and practical components. And I would like to just have your attention on the first column. AI, IoT, and big data, they're cross-cutting. You don't have to be a tech student or you don't have to be a tech person to go and study those. Because you need awareness as well. Whatever you're doing, you need to understand if someone is talking to you about artificial intelligence, or if someone is talking to you about big data or Internet of Things. Then, okay, the other columns, they're a bit more technological side, and technology students can study that. But with 3 levels of education, simple, intermediate, and advanced, you have a lot to learn from ICT Academy. So what we are doing at Ankara University is basically trying to integrate this huge collection of courses into our curricula, because we have university elective courses offered by the university. It's department free to whole students, more than 30,000 students of the university. So if we can do that, that would be a great achievement, because as a professor, I have difficulty keeping up with the technology and having it integrated into my course content. But they're already doing that for me. So why not just use it? So this is a slide taken from Huawei ICT Academy website. It's beneficial to both the academy and both the students. For me, I care about my students. I care about how to equip my students, and this is the best way to do it. One of the best ways to do it, because it's available. And, we have many online courses and many online teaching material, online systems offering teaching material, but this one is free. You have to pay for certificates for the other ones. So, that's another reason why we can integrate this into our curricula, because we won't have to ask for anything from our students financially. They can just join and take the courses, and when they pass, it's an added bonus. It's just icing on the cake. They get credit, university credits for that towards their graduation. So one more thing about why these courses are very important, because this is one slide I actually pulled it off the internet. It's talking about skills required for data scientists. You will understand why I talk about data scientists right in a minute. And just observe the skills required for a data scientist. It's data architecture, data, communication, machine learning, AI, visualization, big data, programming, statistics. These are all the things that are offered by Huawei ICT Academy courses. And why is it important? Because basically, the need for data scientists is huge, both in Europe and elsewhere in the world. So Huawei ICT Academy is also helping to bridge that gap, which is quite important, because bridging that gap is not just for the companies, it's for the society as well, because we're going into a digital world, and we need digital people who know to work with digital. And this is the great opportunity. So all of you in the audience, if you're a university academic, and if you're not in Huawei ICT Academy yet, please seek how to do so. If you're a student and if your institution is not in Huawei ICT Academy yet, please go back home and ask your administrators to actually find a way to become one, because it is a great opportunity. Thank you.
Huawei involves students in many educational programs, and among them there are Seeds for the Future and European Leadership Academy. Many of those programs' alumni are with us today, and many of them also decided to take up to yet another challenge and participate in a competition to become panelists in today's conference. Now let's welcome the ambitious winners of the competition and our today's speakers, who will discuss how we can make a change for good using technology. Amy Calleja, Malta, alumna of European Leadership Academy Summer School in Prague. Theodoros Economidis, Greece, Seeds for the Future Greece alumnus. Marek Lavati, Slovakia, Seeds for the Future Slovakia alumnus. Simona Stoyanova, Slovenia, Seeds for the Future alumna Slovenia. And the last one is really difficult to pronounce the surname, Darina, I don't know, from Bulgaria, Seeds for the Future alumna Bulgaria. You have my word that we will be precise in 30 minutes. Sustainability is a popular topic nowadays and something that undoubtedly would bring a good change in the world. But do you think it's really possible to achieve it, and how? I would like to start from Marek.
Thank you. While discussing sustainability, we have to keep in mind that sustainability is an intersection of three factors. First is economic, obviously. The second is environmental. And the third is social. And most of the innovations and technologies that are being brought up nowadays focus naturally on economic panel. Then also environmental panel is being more and more popular nowadays. But it seems to me that social aspect is being left behind. Now, let me explain. I will probably start with pathetic question. Why do we evolve technologies? Why do we innovate? I asked this question I asked this question my teammates on Seeds for the Future, and most of the answers were to promote efficiency, to promote better productivity, to make less mistakes, and to be quicker in production and basically in every other aspect of life. But I wanted to hear, and I didn't, that efficiency and productivity have to lead to better quality of our life, to better well-being, and to simply said, more valuable life. Now, we definitely reach the goal of increasing effectiveness, increasing productivity, making less mistakes, as I said, in production and in every other aspect of life. But do we really live more valuable lives? Do we strive for this goal, that is living better life, literally? Now, let me explain. My grandfather said that in 1970, 50 years ago, I will cite him. He said, we worked 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. We could afford house, car, family, stuff, work for 40 years, and then retire. And in those days, in 1970s, we thought to ourselves that, well, with this level of technological progress, with the trend of technological progress exponentially rising, in 50 years, in 2020, we could work 5 hours a day, maybe 3 days a week. We could afford more and retire in our 40s, basically. So where are all those benefits? Where is this progress, this better quality of life that we were pursuing? Now, I don't want it to be monologue because I'm speaking quite a lot.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted to be polite, but I will put in our conversation therein as well.
Okay, all right.
Because I think that she wants to add something on sustainability and how we can achieve it. Could you please pass her the microphone?
Sure.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity. I just want to add something to what Marek said. Actually, I think that the technologies have made it possible nowadays to work like 3 to 5 hours a day, because there are many different opportunities that we can undertake in order to work more in a more proficient way. But actually, I just wanted to add also something about the innovations. Actually, the word novatio from Latin means new, and innovatio means the know-how, actually how we bring these innovations into the world. And here comes not only the technological side of the things, but also the lawful side. Actually, I study law, and for many people it is very strange that I participate in this technological program, AI, machine learning, data science, but I'm studying law. But actually there is a very big correlation between the things. And I think that sustainability means that we preserve even more the personal rights and internet place, because we can see even more how many people are struggling when their personal rights in internet are being harmed. And actually law comes in many different ways when we speak about sustainability, because sustainability means easier life, more, we live faster, of course, but our rights are preserved. And we speak about patent law, copyright law. There is even ICT law about the program. And yes, that's the thing about the law and ICT. It is a very big topic. And I just wanted to say that sustainability, when it comes to law, it's the more efficient way how we take our personal rights in internet. We take it more serious, and of course the speed how we actually operate in the system legally.
Simona, if you could change one thing in the world for good using technology, what would that be? And what kind of technology or solution could you help you do it?
Hello everybody, it's really a pleasure to be here today and to have the chance to be part of this panel discussion. So it's always very difficult to prioritize one thing or a group of people over other, but on the other hand, I think that's the right way to go, that we should focus on one thing or one group of people at a time. So here I would like to mention something which is related with my research field, and this is improving people's lives and also helping businesses in more rural and remote areas. So this means providing them the right digital skills and competences, but also the right necessary technology for them. Thank you.
I will address the same question to the others as well.
Well, I think I would change.
You're playing in your field. You're the Greek guy here.
Sorry?
You're playing in your field. You're the Greek guy here.
Well, I think that I would change the way that people think about technology. You know, that especially nowadays that we have crossed the... Basically, there was a point until which we were inventing stuff and the technology was about making specific tasks easier. Now, and I think this happens for years, this has been happening for years, we basically have, what drives us is the idea of what can we do, not what problem we want to solve, what can we do, and afterwards we think, okay, how can we apply this? But this way, technology goes further while we stay on the same same place. We don't evolve with technology, we just evolve our technology. So the one thing I would probably change is this, how we perceive the reasons why we do stuff, why we evolve.
Amy?
Thank you for the opportunity. So something that I'm passionate about as a Maltese citizen is prioritizing minority languages. Obviously, the thing that unites us today is our ability to speak and understand English. So, however, it's also important to have that native language that gives you a sense of community and belonging. So something that I would like to work on is helping autistic people who may sometimes struggle with language acquisition. So for this reason, especially when it comes to minority languages, they learn English primarily so that they may advance and have international opportunities. So a technology that I would like to implement would be to better support them in language acquisition and also processing multiple languages at once. So you can also advance in society while having that important sense of community and belonging.
I think that you could help them, but with a slower speed. I will stay with you as well, because you have elaborated on ideas that were working on their previous assignments in educational programs, and I saw you, I think, in Prague as well, right? Yeah. So could you share your experience?
So for me, and I think everybody who was taking part in the program would agree that it was definitely a life-changing experience. I think that leaving the academy, that I'm a very more confident person, and that I have the motivation and the skill set to do what I would like to do. So in that sense, I felt that I got the tools needed to, I'm a computer engineering student, and I feel that I have the tools to better advance in the technological sector, as well as a network that I could not have imagined otherwise. So for example, something that I'm very passionate about is teaching people how to code, primarily girls and people from low advantage backgrounds. So for example, for me, from the Leadership Academy in Prague, I've gotten to work with imagery labs to teach people how to code. And obviously beforehand, this was not something that I could have imagined. So I think it helped me in terms of confidence and having the tools, and also motivated me and gave me the skills to continue sharing it with others and like working for a better world, and as we say, to make sure that no one is left behind.
Thank you so much. How would you say your studies had impact on your achievements? Do you think you would be discussing those inspiring ideas and working on those solutions if you studied something else? Starting from Marek, it's a common question.
Thank you. Well, this is a good question, because I don't study information technologies. I don't even study computer science or anything tech-related. I study management. During my bachelor studies, I studied business economics and management, and for my master's studies, I study public sector economics. And, well, I benefited quite much from Seeds for the Future program to see the implementations of programs on maybe business field, startup field, with technologies, and I see huge potential of implementing those into, let's say, public sector, as for what I study nowadays. The question stands, if I could benefit more, should I study something else?
You're still young, though. You can change studies as well.
Sorry?
You are still young, though. You can expand your knowledge, study.
Definitely, definitely. I don't think I would change my studying program. I think there is, again, huge potential for technological innovations in public sector. And I think also this forum gives me or provides me very quality information, very valuable information, and I'm glad I'm here.
Simona, what about you?
Similarly, as my colleague, I also have a background in economics. So I studied e-business and then business informatics on 2 different universities. But I always had sustainability implemented somehow in practice. So for example, I focused my master thesis on the topic of sustainability. Then my internship but also right now my PhD studies, which are related to sustainable community development through digitalization. So really the background and the studies are not that important as the own will towards this field.
Darina? I love your name though.
Yes.
Maybe I cannot pronounce your surname, but I love your name.
No problem. My answer will be short, and it is no, because if I have studied something different, maybe I wouldn't be able to participate in this program, because I'm this type of person who wants to develop themselves in a lot of areas. And as I said, law and information and communications technologies are very correlated between each other. And actually, I think that when you study something different and when you participate in such technological programs, you can implement then the knowledge that you have gained, because then you have expanded you have not only your knowledge, but also your sight, your worldview. And yes, I think that if I studied something different, maybe I wouldn't be able to participate.
I see that except for Amy, all of you have participated in Seeds for the Future, each and every one of you in your countries. So, how did participating in Seeds for the Future or Leadership Academy help you improve your digital skills and advance your abilities to tackle issues that the world is facing, starting from Floris?
Well, SEEDS showed us some parts of technology or informed us about some things that we didn't even know existed. Or even if we did, we didn't know exactly how they worked. We have only heard them like names or like references. But showing us how it works, how this specific technology that we always hear about, or in the universities maybe we're even taught about specific subjects, but of course only the surface, because how much can you cover in one semester? So I think that SEEDS really gave us the extra knowledge, gave us the chance to gain the extra knowledge. Of course, we had to do the work ourselves, but it helped a lot, because the more you learn, the greater the understanding you have about general things gets. So yeah, this is how SEEDS helped. And also, I would like to connect this question with the previous one, and because both SEEDS and where you study, programs like SEEDS in general, of course, offer something really valuable, and that is connections. You meet people, in the teams, like other students.
Sorry for interrupting you. I know that you all are really tired, but just be patient for about 10 minutes, please. It's not right for our panelists, too much noise.
So yeah, in programs like SEEDS and where you study, what they offer you is, except of course knowledge, is connections. And connections are really important, because when you need to learn, for example, I will read somewhere about a new technology. I will have no idea what it's about. Of course, I will do some research, but if I know somebody who is in this department, I could ask them.
Yeah, the right networking.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's my answer.
Marek?
Well, the question stands for the leadership.
Your participation in the program.
Yes, yes. As I have already mentioned, I study economics and management, and Seeds for the Future is obviously tech-focused program, or technology-focused, information communication focused. It gave me the opportunity to see the intersections of managerial point of view, let's say, and the technological point of view, which is the most valuable point for me. Luckily for me, I was voted to be the leader of our team, and in my team I had 5 programmers, really great people. I honor them very much. And they provided me a point of view of really technological-driven thinking, implementing new technologies, not just as a phrase, as we are mentioning it, but as a way of thinking. And that gave me really a lot. I value this really very much, and I'm glad I was the part of SIT for the Future.
Simona, how did your participation in this program help you scale up?
I would like to mention that very often what we do and what we are researching is something very narrow and very focused. So actually what this program did is provided us with technical knowledge which by presenting the big picture and providing us to see the connection between the technical parts. But not only on this side, we were also able to put this knowledge into practice by working on the Tech for Good business idea development. And thirdly, maybe also something which was a few times mentioned today by Ms. Jamie and other speakers as well. We had a chance to improve our soft skills by having the leadership positions or by networking and time management and similar things.
Darina?
Actually, in the program of my team, I was the leader. And at the beginning, I didn't want to be the leader, but they have chosen me. And I think that in relation to being the leader of the team, you can gain a lot of knowledge about yourself first. And actually this program and the leadership of this program made me feel like I actually can run a team because I have organized everything and I'm this type of person who organizes more things like having the ideas. I let my team bring more ideas into the chat and I organize meetings and so on. But actually the knowledge you gain as a leader, you can just let it to the other people from your team to gain it from you. I am actually the youngest one in my team, and I felt really special because they have appreciated my leadership a lot. So yes, I think, and as Simona said, you gain knowledge, but you have to implement this knowledge into the life, and it is like the leadership.
And you cannot have innovation if you don't have many voices in the same room in order to exchange ideas. So what you mentioned about collaboration is not only essential, is the new way of leadership, because the leadership has changed, and we saw that due to the pandemic, due to the crisis that we undergone and we're undergoing now. One final question, what other kind of support from ICT companies like Huawei would you be helpful to elevate your career and help you develop your ideas or solutions? Amy, could you please pass the microphone?
Thank you. So in general, I would say that these type of ideas, for example, Seeds for the Future and the leadership academies are doing a brilliant job at supporting students. Now, even as Berta mentioned previously, and even in the other panels, that all our great ideas require funding. And I think so ICT companies could help both in the funding gap and also in helping students, especially at a young age. It's not necessarily the easiest thing to go and apply for funding. So I think that could be very helpful, as well as continuing these things on providing students with the tools and the knowledge needed to enter and these fields. And I think, like, for example, the internship program could be a better, more widespread things. And I think these are all things that are leading us to the right path and allowing us to make a lot of progress to support the student, not only just enter the field, but make tremendous strides and great work.
Theodoros, Huawei people are here, are listening to you. What would you like to address them?
Sorry, could you, I didn't hear.
The Huawei team is here, they are listening to you, so what would you like to say to them? because they want your feedback.
Well, how they could help? Well,
you're here for all of you.
Yeah,
You're here for a reason,
I mean,
so they want your feedback.
It's already helping us evolve. This program, the fact that we're here, the fact that we have a chance to discuss for so many different things with so many different people. I think that just, more programs like this should be organized by everybody, every company that wants to help, because of course each company has, a specific focus, but so by giving lectures or by organizing actions like SEEDS, for example, that helped us, that had some courses that we had to watch. Well, each company has a different focus, so each company could offer different courses, so different knowledge base. But each company also, not literal, but it also attracts different people. So an event from Huawei will have different, and a different audience. An event from, I don't know, Google will have different audience. An event from, each company.
So in a nutshell, we would like more initiatives going to
Yes.
this specific direction.
Yes, exactly.
Marek?
Well, I think the program is absolutely ideal as it is. If we wanted to focus more on particular sectors or on implementation of certain technologies, we would have to focus on particular sector of economy, on particular field of production, let's say, and that might not be a good fit in general. So I think really the whole program as it is, or as it was, when we participated this year, is absolutely spot on, and I wouldn't change a thing. Thank you.
Simona?
Well, I think that Huawei, as a leader in this industry, is setting a new standards by providing these opportunities for students with all of its activities. So I think it should really be seen as a role model by other companies as well, to provide something similar for other students, to connect them with the industry and to provide more chances for promotion and to learn something else and new.
And we're closing with you, Darina.
I'm really thankful that I have...
Final comment.
What?
Final comment.
Yes. I'm really thankful and happy that I have met this opportunity, because it was really helpful for me. The whole team from Huawei was very supportive and very helpful. And I think that many more students my age and just young students have to participate in such programs, and they shouldn't say, I don't have time, because for these things you must have time in order just to develop yourself personally.
Thank you very much. It was great to hear. Yes. You deserve it. It was great to hear all of those great ideas and get an insight on from the bright and ambitious students. Now I have to say the conference is coming to an end for today, but before we all go to take a rest and get prepared for the evening gala, I would like to invite our last distinguished guest to give us a closing speech. Please welcome warmly Mrs. Yota Paparidou, President of the Board of Directors, SEPE, which is the Federation of Hellenic ICT Enterprises.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to express my gratitude to Huawei for giving me the opportunity to participate in today's event and interact and get to know young, talented people from all over Europe. Today's global economy is based on digital infrastructure and services. The need for full integration in the digital age is no longer an option, it is a necessity. ICT was the first industry hit by the brain drain during the 10-year crisis in Greece, and all these skilled and innovative people we lost created a huge problem to the Greek industry nowadays, and there are many people who are missing. But the whole Europe is facing the same challenge today. Even without crisis, they are missing a lot of people. According to latest reports of the European Union, we need to add 1,200,000 workforce ICT specialists to the market in order to be able to proceed and achieve our decade targets. Moreover, we need to make an extra 20% of the European population digitally literate by the end of the decade. New digital technologies like cloud computing, like big data analytics, blockchain, Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, artificial intelligence, create new challenges for everyone. Every person on the planet today, on the average, is using 25 smart devices every day. While by 2030, the global interconnection of data and information is going to increase by 75% compared to what is happening today. At the same time, the number of interconnected sensors in the IoT environment is going to reach by the end of this year a number of 46 billion. And by the end of this year also, the virtual reality market is going to become a 210 billion market. According to Digital Europe, the European industry for the ICT, by 2025, 75% of citizens in Europe are going to be using in-government services, and 30% of them must use healthcare services, online healthcare services. Otherwise, we're going to face problems. It is also worth noting that before the pandemic crisis, 52% of the European workforce had to upgrade the skills in the next 5 years. Nowadays, after the crisis, this must happen in the next 12 months. So everything has been changing rapidly. In this context, Digital Europe pursued a study, and they set up 5 priorities which must take place in order for the Europe to achieve the targets. The first one is to focus on digital education and training in order to upskill and reskill the personnel we need. The second one is digital healthcare. All the industries need digital upgrade, but healthcare is something that is more important than everything else, and we have seen that after the pandemic. The third one is digital transformation of small and medium enterprises. The fourth one is the digital transformation of public, together with a green agreement in order to protect our environment from the climate change. And finally, the fifth one is digital connectivity of everything, everywhere. It is also worth noting that in the process of building a new modern Europe, the main driving force is the cultivation of human abilities and digital skills, which strengthen the competitiveness of human capital in a constantly changing professional environment. In this context, we have to redefine the educational system. All of us, we have to redefine the educational system and implement lifelong learning programs with emphasis on modern digital tools. This is a very, very important factor. In addition to the above, an extremely important contributor to our success is the increase of innovation produced by startups as well as by established companies. Ladies and gentlemen, in Europe we have great potential, and most of the times we don't use what we have and what we are powerful at. To give you an example, Greece excels in WITS ICT Excellence Awards every year. WITS is the Worldwide Information, Innovation Technology and Service Alliance, and we are participating as the ICT Federation to these worldwide awards. We have won in the last 15 years 30 awards, which are much more than what happened with other countries which are considered to be superpowers. So we have a lot of things that we can do as Europe if we work all of us together. Last but not least, and it is very important also, and it's a horizontal priority which has been set by the European Union. You have probably read different laws and articles recently. We have to increase women's participation, women's percentage participation in top-level management positions by 230, which this has been proven to improve the business, improve the economy. In the STEM environment, women who graduate in the whole Europe, most of the times constitute every year more than 50% of the graduates. Unfortunately, they don't work in the sector. They probably do something else. And this must change because we are missing a lot of people, so we have to improve that also in order to protect. So with a skilled workforce, with attractive financing opportunities with the programs that we have nowadays, with high-level infrastructure and value-added services at a global reach, the European ICT industry will lead the way in supporting the growth of Europe's economy. Don't forget that digital technology is without any doubt a promising field with great opportunities for everyone to exploit. You are very talented, you know that, you are focused on that. I hope you continue and you improve your skills and you improve your business in the next years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Paparidou. Now it's time to refresh and prepare for our evening gala. Just to mention that the shuttle bus will leave at 6:30, so be prepared. And you're also welcome, of course, to come by our HR booth and ICT trunk. Once again, our experts are still available to help you. Thank you so much for your patience and for being here today.